All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated, please. Mr. Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is the file number KSC BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veselli, Recep Selimi, and Yakub Krishnitov. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. I note that the accused are all present in the courtroom today. Before we continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04752, there is a preliminary matter that the panel wishes to address. The panel notes that in inter-parties correspondence, the defense has proposed various extensions of deadlines in respect of upcoming SPO filings, which are expected to fall during the summer judicial break period. In particular, the defense proposes an adjusted briefing schedule for any upcoming requests pursuant to Rule 153 and 154, an upcoming bar table motion, and any transcript reviews due during this period. The SPO and Victims' Counsel agree with the defense proposal. The panel notes, however, that this request has not been formally raised with the panel. The panel would like to address any requests for extensions of deadlines this week, if possible. Therefore, the panel wishes to give the defense the opportunity to raise this before the panel now or later today so that it can be ruled on this week. In addition, the panel would like the SPO to confirm that it intends to file these requests before the judicial recess starts. So let me start there. Is that the intention of the SPO?
Yes, Your Honor, we had consulted with the defense, and these are the filings that we intend to make either this or next week.
Thank you. And would you like to make the submissions now from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor, I can do it. I just have to read off my screen because I just have to work out what the deadlines are, but thank you very much. So, yes, we had discussions with the prosecution and hope that we've come to an agreement to try and schedule the defence responses to these upcoming motions in a way which obviously doesn't delay in any way their adjudication. So we're expecting 154 motions from the prosecution imminently in relation to the witnesses that are scheduled in the first block after the recess, and we will respond to those within the 10 days, which should be before the recess. Which would obviously allow for their adjudication and no delay to those witnesses. I believe there's only maybe 2 or 3 witnesses that haven't already been adjudicated in relation to 154, so it shouldn't be too large. And then in relation to a 153 motion, we had proposed an extension until Friday the 30th of August. In response to a bar table motion, we had requested an extension until Friday the 6th of September. And then for the other Rule 154 motions that relate to witnesses that do not fall within the first block after the recess, we had requested, and without opposition from the prosecution or the victims, an extension until Friday the 23rd of August. So we hope that's acceptable for the panel and would allow, therefore, none of the defence responses to need to be filed during the recess between, I think, the 29th of July and the 16th of August. And just finally, I should add as well, there's a transcript review deadline that falls within the recess, so that's not just us, that would be an extension of that deadline for all parties, for the prosecution, victims and defence as well. And we had proposed extending that until Friday the 13th of September. And at present, unless any other motions are filed, and we'll deal with those accordingly, there are no other extensions requested.
Thank you. Mr. Laws, do you wish to be heard on that?
No, we don't oppose any of those applications.
Thank you. Yes, Madam Prosecutor.
I just wanted to mention for the defence's awareness that there will be one short video link application filed tomorrow. It's a short request.
Thank you. So in light of the parties' submissions, the panel considers that there's good cause for extension of the deadlines for the defense to respond to certain SPO filings and for the parties and participants to file submissions on transcript reviews. Therefore, the panel grants pursuant to Rule 9, Paragraph 5, extensions of time as follows. First, for any request for admission of witness statements pursuant to Rule 154 for witnesses who are appearing after 5 September 2024, which are filed before the judicial recess, the panel grants the defense an extension to file responses until Friday, 23 August 2024. The panel emphasizes that this does not include responses to any requests for admission of witness statements pursuant to Rule 154 of witnesses who are scheduled for the first block after the judicial recess, which is 19 August to 5 September. The defense will respond to such requests in accordance with the time limits prescribed by the rules. Second, for any requests for admission of statements pursuant to Rule 153 filed before the judicial recess, the panel grants the defense an extension to file responses until Friday, 30 August 2024. Third, for the upcoming bar table motion, which is due to be filed before the judicial recess, the panel grants the defense an extension to file responses until Friday, 23 August 2024. Fourth, for any upcoming transcript reviews which are due during the judicial process, the panel grants extensions to the parties and participants to make their submissions by Friday, 13 September 2024. This concludes the panel's oral order. We are now ready to hear the evidence of prosecution. Witness W04752. Madam Usher, please bring the witness into the courtroom. Good morning, Mr. Zarapi.
Good morning.
Once again, I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask for a repeat of the question, and that will be done, or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. I also remind you that, as advised last week, you are not required to answer a question that is incriminating unless and until the panel compels you to answer, and that if such a question arises, you or your assigned counsel may raise the issue to the panel, and we will proceed to determine whether or not and under what circumstances you might be compelled to answer. We now turn to questions from Judge Metro. Please, he's to my right and your left. Please give him your attention.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good morning, Mr. Zarapi. I hope you had a bit of rest yesterday.
Newman Jesse. Good morning. Yes, thank you.
Colleague Judge Barty, I would like to seek a few clarifications from you in respect of evidence you gave earlier. And I will start by asking the registry to bring up Exhibit P1384, please. Mr. Zirabi, do you recall being shown this document by counsel and your attention being drawn to a purported meeting held on 24 July 1998? Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I remember the document.
Understood you to say, and please correct me if I'm wrong, in relation to the meeting of the General Staff on the 24 July 1998, that you did not know of such a meeting, and you expressed the view that it would have been impossible for the General Staff to meet around that date because of ongoing fightings. Is that right?
That's right.
Can the registry please bring up P1138? Sir, I'll explain to you first what that is. It's a manuscript that's attributed to Jakub Krasniqi, which was found at his home. Do you understand?
Yes.
Turn to page SPOE 00231431, please. It's the same page in Albanian. If we can scroll down the Albanian a little bit, please, and the English. Thank you. So can you focus, please, sir, on the paragraph that starts after the bolded paragraph? It says, at the KLA General Staff meeting. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
Manuscript that's attributed to Jakub Krasniqi says that at the KLA General Staff meeting held on 23rd July of 1998, the provisional regulations for intelligence subunits in war were approved. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see it.
Footnote 20 to that sentence, and if we can scroll down the English and the Albanian, please. You can see that the reference for that meeting in the footnote is to the minutes of the KLA General Staff meeting of 23rd of July 98. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Are you aware of a meeting of the General Staff taking place on the 23rd of July of 1998?
No, I was not aware of it because at the time there was fighting going on at the defense lines between Rahovec and Malisheva. Therefore, I could not be in the meeting at the time. As a result, I cannot remember such a meeting having taken place.
For a purported meeting on the 24th of July 98. You would not be in a position to say either way whether such a meeting took place or not. Is that fair?
That's correct. I can't say because I wasn't there.
In July of 1998, from that manuscript, it suggests on the 23rd, the provisional regulations for intelligence subunits in war was adopted. Were you aware of that?
No, it was not.
For the record, the same meeting appears to be mentioned in Exhibit P1277 at U1058836. That's Mr. Krasnichi's book, The Great Turning Point. Now, I'll ask the registry to please bring up P633 exhibit. So, Mr. Zirapi, you've already been asked quite a few questions about this document, and I have a few others. I'll just summarize what I understood you to have told us, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, and then I will have a few questions. You told us, so you explained to us, that this was a document that was prepared for your signature to appoint certain people to commanding positions, and senior officers of the Pastric zone, and that you declined to sign it, and you gave us your reasons for not wishing to sign it. Is that a fair summary of what you've told us? Paul?
Yes.
Barte, that this particular document was discussed at a meeting of the General Staff, is that right?
No, this document was not discussed at the General Staff. And I've mentioned this when I was asked the question. The discussion was about replacing the zone commander, not the entire command chain and these names, because this wouldn't be my responsibility. The topic discussed in the meeting was, the discussion in the meeting was that topic, not this document or the content of it.
In that case, can you tell us when and in what circumstances was this document presented to you for signature?
This document was never presented to me for signature. I saw it for the first time when I came here during the preparation session. I had never seen it before.
The page, please, on both Albanian and English, please. Thank you. Can you first confirm that the stamp that's on this document is the stamp of the General Staff?
Yes, the stamp is that of the General Staff.
The initials, AG and AM to the left, can you tell us who they refer to?
AG is Adem Grabovci. AM, I don't know.
Mr. Grabovci, or was Mr. Grabovci, at the time of this document, do you recall?
Personnel. The personnel directorate.
In the document. Now, do you know, taking for example number 2, Sadiq Ali Tiaha, and next Medin Castrati, do you know who eventually appointed them to the positions that are mentioned there?
I don't know at a later stage. I think the personnel sector should know. I think Necmettin Castrati was appointed by the zone commander because he became chief of staff of the zone because of his capabilities, his skills. He promoted him to this position.
If it was suggested that they were both appointed by the general staff, would you have any reason to dispute that evidence?
No.
I want to turn to something you said to Mr. Mišetić, counsel for Mr. Thaçi. He asked you, and again, rephrase it if you think it deserves rephrasing. It's transcript 4 July 2024, page 17664 and 17665. You were asked by Mr. Mišetić if, in your view, the role of the general staff was more in the form of command or coordination, and you responded that in your view it was, and I quote, mainly, end of quote, of a coordination or coordinating nature. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Clarify this response with you. Would you agree as a general proposition that coordination is part and parcels of what military commanders do?
Yes.
Coordination, in other words, is not contradictory to commanding function. In fact, they are elements of the same competence. Would you agree?
Yes, entirely.
Coordination is an important feature of military command in situations where you would have to make several units or several branches of a military entity work together. Would that be fair?
Yes, that's correct.
One of the things you did in your own capacity as Chief of Staff, right?
Yes, this is the task of the Chief of Staff.
Now, I want to ask you about something else. Mr. Roberts, for Mr. Selimi, asked you a few questions about your experience in the ABIH, the Bosnian Army, and Ms. Alejandra, for Mr. Krasniqi, asked you about the experience, the military experience of members of the KLA General Staff, or lack thereof. Do you remember these questions?
Yes.
All these two questions, if I may, into one, and ask you this: can you first confirm that the members of the General Staff of the Bosnian Army, whether under the command of Sefer Halilovic or under the command of Rasim Delic, that all of the members of the General Staff were, like you, experienced military officer, Verbija Karic, Jovan Divjak, Stjepan Šiber, Enver Hadži Hasanovic? They were all experienced military officers, right?
Yes. In the Bosnian Army, the staff of the Bosnian Army was composed up to 80% of career officers, highly experienced officers.
You know, of course, why, in contrast to the Bosnian Army, the decision was made in the KLA to have inexperienced individuals, military speaking, to be in charge of the KLA, aside from you, of course. Do you know why that is?
The distinction between the Bosnian Army and the KLA is that the Bosnian Army had a complete system of organization, of state bodies functioning, the presidency, ministers, etc. So all officers who were available were then assigned in the Bosnian army. With us, it was different. We formed an army that came out of the will of people. It did not have the structures as the government, the president's office, who would make appointments, assignments, systemize them. And also these young men, from the very beginning of the formation of the Kosovo Liberation Army, from the guerrilla groups in 93-94, acted in this direction, both at the staff and the zones, as we explained earlier, in the form of groups. As a result, the vast majority of the career officers who had worked in the former Yugoslav army were outside Kosovo, in the Western countries and various countries where we resided. As a result, this was the situation. Another reason is that, as we explained, the majority of the officers who were intending to join and were stopped by the government in Albania, so we were not able to systemize them. At a later stage, we entered into this agreement and started incorporating these officers, as I mentioned, from November. So these were the differences from the Bosnian army and our army.
This question, you told Mr. Mišetić that there was a long list of former GNA officers within the KLA, and he went through a long list, Kurtesh Fondaj, yourself, Ekrem Redja, and so on and so forth. Why weren't these people, if you know, of course, appointed to be the general staff of the KLA, if and when they came to Kosovo, of course?
First of all, they were in Kosovo when we refer to these two names, Kurtesh Fondaj and Commander Drini. They had positions within local staffs. To me, it was more important to first staff lower staffs, local staffs, brigades, zones, to have tactical operational units. So we needed career officers there. And then at a later stage, as the organization further developed, we started assigning officers coming from abroad at the staff, because the staff was not structured to the level, to an appropriate level, and it was our demand to have it staffed with officers, but we did not manage to do that. We did not manage to do that. Starting from November and then through to March, we managed to some extent to staff the various directorates and the general staff with officers, not completely though.
On what you said, the first is this: who, in your understanding, chose the first group of members of what was called first the central staff and then became the general staff? In other words, Azim Sula, Hashim Thaçi, and others who were the first member of that group. To your knowledge, were they appointed by someone, or did they appoint themselves to these positions?
According to my knowledge, the central staff was formed as it was born from the political party LPK, the Popular Movement of Kosovo, and that formed the central staff. Now, I do not know the details of how they met and how this unfolded in detail.
Asking the experienced military officer that you are, Mr. Zirapi, but in your understanding, what's the consequence, if any, of people without military experience being put in charge of a military organization? would that, in your view, have any consequences or potential consequences? And if so, which?
Pasojat mund të janë
The consequences could be the fast development of the structures of the Kosovo Liberation Army from the military structure perspective. Then another consequence would be making operational decisions in a precipitated way without making the necessary preparations and analysis that are needed prior to any such operations.
Fair and qualify it as you wish, to say that if you have inexperienced individuals in charge of a military organization, there's a risk that the organization itself be disorganized. Do you agree with that?
Më përsërit pasi se kuptova mirë.
I did not get a translation, Mr. Zirapi.
Could you please repeat the question? I did not understand it.
Kuptova që.
My question is this: if you put people without military experience in charge of a military organization, is there a risk of this organization not functioning properly as it should have?
Po, është
Yes, that risk exists too, of course. But we had no other choice. We had to manage and go forward with what we had.
Now, you told us that you were appointed to be the head or director of the operational directorate in mid-July 98. Is that right?
po.
Yes?
Who it was, if you can recall, that communicated that appointment to you?
Sokol Bashota.
Sokol Bashota.
And would I be right in understanding that your appointment to the operational directorate would have been based on the KLA provisional rules on organizing the internal army life, as it's called in English?
Më siguri po, ndoshta
Most probably, yes. It was based on that.
And in his book, that's exhibit for the record, P1138, Jakub Krasniqi suggests that these provisional rules were adopted at a General Staff meeting on the 4th of July of 1998. Would that be consistent time-wise with your own recollection?
po isha për këtë aspektit kohor.
In terms of time, it could be that that's the date, but I did not participate in those meetings. But it corresponds with my appointment based on the provisional rules.
Questions. You already discussed various aspects of the directorates of the KLA General Staff. I want to ask a few follow-up questions. First, you told us that different directorates were created at different times. Is that right?
Po.
Yes.
Understand that when a new directorate is created, at the same time a director is appointed to head such a directorate.
Po sakt.
That's correct, yes.
In military terms, that means there's no directorate without a director, correct?
Yes, there can't be a directorate or a sector for that matter if there's no head.
Understand the process is as you created, as the KLA created directorates, regulations to regulate those directorates were then adopted. Would that be right again?
It's not just a suggestion, but with the creation of those directorates, directorates took upon the tasks and responsibilities prescribed for them. Of course, these documents were translated from documents belonging to various armies and adapted to our own needs.
Staff would be assigned to that directorate, correct?
Yes, with the appointment of the directorate, he then assigns his staff.
Now, one thing I want to ask you about is what happened in terms, I'll give you an example so that the question is not too abstract. What happens with an issue before a directorate is created? I can give you a concrete example to make my question clear. Let's say the personal directorate is created in November of 1998. Who was dealing with the issues of personnel before that time? Was it a collective endeavor that several members of the staff were dealing with it, or how were these issues dealt with before the directorate was created?
To what I could see at the time, the personnel tasks were carried out by the directorates that were active at the time and members of the staff, especially those that were close to the administration. And this went on until the creation of the relevant directorate.
Thank you, that's clear. Now, I want to ask you something you said about the military police directorate. I understand your evidence to be that it is your belief that that directorate was created, you said, by the end of 1998. Did that understand that correctly?
Yes, from November 1998.
I understood you to say that if it had been created earlier, you would expect to have known about it. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
And that suggestion that the military police directorate was created sometimes between mid-November or late November 1998, you also testified to that effect in the case of Fatmir Limay before the Jakova Basic Court. Is that right?
Yes.
And I understand you are not a lawyer, of course, but would it be fair to suggest that this evidence was critical to the acquittal of Mr. Limay? Would you be able to comment on that?
I'm going to object that it calls for a legal conclusion of a fact witness.
I can ask the question differently. Do you know on what basis Mr. Limay was acquitted of the charges in the case in which you testified?
I don't know on what basis, but yes, I did give evidence in that case.
And are you aware of which other individuals testified to the same effect about the timing of the creation of the Military Police Directorate in that case? Do you know who the other witnesses were on that point?
Joo, nuk e di.
No, I don't. I know there were many others, but who concretely was a witness on this aspect, I don't know.
Aware that Mr. Jakub Krasniqi and Recep Selimi testified in that case?
Joo, nuk kam ndjerë në ato.
No, I'm not.
Registry, please bring up SPOE 00226856. Sir, I'll explain to you first what that is, and then I'll give you the time you need to read it. I'll show you several parts of the document. This is a document that is attributed to Recep Selimi, and maybe we can go to the next page in both languages. And please to the bottom of the page. Thank you. In the English as well. Thank you. You can see it's attributed to Recep Selimi as KLA General Inspector. It's delivered to Z. Sadik Krasniqi. First, I'll ask you this. Can you confirm that Mr. Selimi was and remained KLA General Inspector until the month of March of 1999 when he joined the PGOK?
Po,
Yes?
While on this page, do you know who the person Z. Sadik Krasniqi is?
jo, nuk e di.
No, I don't.
Go back, please, to the previous page. So you can see here what that is. It's a document that was found at the home of Mr. Selimi, Recep Selimi. It's called The Path to the Formation and the Organization of the KLA Coma General Staff. And it says it's for the use of the Kosovo Museum. This document cannot be used or published without authorization. Now, do you know what the Kosovo Museum is?
Po, qartë.
Yes, of course.
Say it's an important cultural institution in Kosovo, right?
Po,
That's right.
Can we please turn to the next page? And I'll ask you to look at the top of that page in Albanian, of course, and it's the same in the English. This document describes the organization of the KLA General Staff in May of 1998. Do you see that?
po, shikoj.
Yes, I do.
1998, the KLA General Staff established all its constituent directorates, becoming fully formed and structured from the command level to every other detail involving the organization of the General Staff. And then it goes on to list the directorates, G1, G2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And on the G8, it has the Military Police Directorate. Do you see that?
Professor.
I do, yes.
At least according to this document, of course, the Military Police Directorate already existed in May 1998. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
No, I cannot agree with this document that the staff was created at this time or these directorates. I mentioned the directorates I knew were functional. All these directorates mentioned here, for example, the personnel directorate did not exist at the time. It was formed in November. Maybe it had a sector that was active. Logistics did exist. It was in Albania, and it existed from the beginning.
Mr. Zirapi, please. But so yesterday and last week, you explained to us that the responsibility of Mr. Salimi was to know how the KLA was functioning as an Inspector General. Is that right?
Yes. He was appointed inspector with the restructuring of the general staff. Up until then, there was no position of general inspectorate, not in May. It's either the date that is mistakenly recorded on this document, or maybe the author of this document had something else in mind. I'm telling you what I saw existing at the time. For example, the communications did not exist. It was formed in November. Finance existed. Military police didn't.
This, according to you, the Inspector General of the KLA, assuming he wrote that document, made a mistake. Is that right?
I can say that he made a mistake because these structures were not there in May, as it is written here, May 1998, because this would require coordination. When I was there in June, July, I would have known that.
Document U015-8743 to U015-9047, please. So I think you've told us, Mr. Zirapi, that you know of the existence of that book, which was published in 2006, but that you haven't read it. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
Several parts of that book have been admitted as P1277 and P189. I'll use this version for ease of use. Just to explain maybe a bit the context, the book of Mr. Krasniqi is generally organized in a chronological fashion, and I would like to start with the month of May of 1998, and that's at page 85. It's U0158828, and it's also in exhibit P1277. And the same in the English, please. So here Mr. Krasniqi is discussing some of the events that you've testified about, which happened in the early part of the summer of 1998, including the fusion, if I may use that word, of the Palumbi unit with others. Do you see that?
Paul?
Yes.
Don't have any disagreement with what Mr. Krasniqi recounts here.
Now, what Mr. Krasniqi said is his opinion. I do not read books because most of them exaggerate what actually happened, but this part could be as it is described. But in terms of organization, it is true. When I arrived there, this is the state I found the various units in.
Please, it's U0158831. Same in English, and it's again in Exhibit P1277 for the record. Thank you. And here, Mr. Zirapi, I'll let you read it for yourself if you wish. He says, in the English versions, he describes, we lacked the financial resources, we lacked logistics, our supply lines were run in secrecy, and transport was carried out by people and animals, again describing the month of May. In addition to what I said, work of the leadership and command as well as armed supplies were obstructed by the provincial primitivism and the desire to better arm, quote unquote, my unit, quote unquote, my village, quote unquote, my zone. Of course, everybody suffers in the end. We had already experienced these consequences earlier. That is why General Staff was committed to disband the units and set up military formation up to brigade level. This happened after the arrival of Bislim Zirapi and Agim Cela, who offered valuable contribution for the creation of Kosovo Liberation Army regular formation. Again, do you agree with the account here given by Mr. Krasniqi? Is it consistent with what you found when you came to Kosovo in May of 1998?
Yes, that's correct.
To the next page then. And here Mr. Krasniqi goes into discussing who at that time, in the early stages of the summer of 1998, was leading the KLA. And if we can scroll down a little bit for Mr. Zirapi, thank you. And a little bit more for in the Albanian. Thank you. Now, I'll give you a second to read this, sir. And again, same question, is it again consistent with your own experience of how the KLA General Staff functioned in the early stages of summer 98?
Bom,
Yes.
Please. He goes on to describe something you've already testified about, the announcement on the 11th of June of 1998 through political statement number 3 that he was made the spokesperson of the KLA, and then he goes on to describe the composition of the KLA General Staff by that stage. Do you see that?
bom,
Yes.
And consistent with your own recollection, or would you be disputing any of the information contained there?
pois parim posto
First of all, lower down, we see commanding positions. As far as I know, there was no general inspector at the time, and here it reads that there was.
So that again, in your own account, would be a mistake by Mr. Krasniqi?
pois sigurisht po.
Most probably, yes.
Mu nuk
At least I was not aware that these directors were there, these that I see now. Had they been there, I would have coordinated with them from July onwards, but they were not there.
You said they were not there, or you did not know they were there?
pare disa për shembull po.
Some, yes. The Information Directorate, the Chief of Information Service and Economy and Finances, the Deputy, yes. But, for example, as far as Civilian Authority Directorate and so forth, there wasn't such. As for Javid Halidi, he was representative of the KLA in Albania, and he did not deal with logistics in Albania. Commander Plaku was dealing with logistics. As far as I'm aware, these structures were not there from May.
Understand your evidence correctly, Mr. Jakub Krasniqi, who is describing his own self as chief of the Civilian Authority Directorate, was wrong about what role he had at the time, or is it that you don't know about that structure?
Spare unë nuk
First of all, I was not aware that such a structure existed. Secondly, there was no Civilian Authority Directorate. Why I'm saying this, had there been one, I would have been able to coordinate with them on civilian and military weapons. Mr. Jakub Krasniqi should explain why he wrote it the way he wrote it, and if there was such a structure, why it existed. To my knowledge, from what I know at the time, there wasn't such a structure, at least not when I took over the operations directorate.
Mr. Zarapi, we'll take a 10-minute break now. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in.
Mr. President?
Oh, yes.
Just one issue on the transcript.
Hold on a second. I gotta get me.
Sorry.
All right.
I'm told that there was a portion of the witness's answer that was not interpreted right at the very end. He was asked about an alleged existence of a civilian authority directorate, and as I understand it, his answer was, to my knowledge, from what I know at the time, there wasn't such a structure, at least not when I took over the operations directorate. And then he said, but even when I took over, there was no such structure. That sentence was not interpreted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, I'm also told that there is an error in the transcript, Your Honor. It's at page 26, line 4, where he says that he was a spokesperson openly. The word openly doesn't appear.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Mr. Zerapi, we continue with Judge Mitro's questions now.
Thank you, Mr. Zerapi. And we'll go to the next page of the book, please. That's page 91. It's U0158834. And again, if you wish to read more carefully, I'll give you the time. But Mr. Krasniqi describes a few events of that time, the decision to make public the spokesperson, so himself, the death of Bekim Berisha, and a few other incidents. And if we can then go to the next page, that's page 92, both in English and Albanian, please. It's again Exhibit P1277 for the record. Then the book suggests that the structure of the KLA General Staff at this time, summer of 1998, was like this. KLA Commander, Deputy Commander, General Inspectorate,
Your Honor, it says General Inspector.
General Inspector.
Inspector.
I'm grateful, Mr. I'm struggling to read. I'll get closer. General Inspector, then the directorates followed: Political Directorate, Operational Directorate, Intelligence Service Directorate, Police Directorate, Public Information Directorate, Economy and Finance Directorate, and Logistic Directorate. Sir, do you agree again that according to this book, of course, at that time, the summer of 1998, there was a police directorate? Do you have an explanation for that?
I cannot comment on the book or base my answers on the book because, as I mentioned earlier, the book is exaggerated. If we take the structure in about Recep Selimi, they do not match. So somebody must be wrong. Secondly, had the Directorate of the Military Police existed, I would have at least coordinated with them. I would have known who's in that directorate. I would have worked with them. As a Chief of Operations, I would have worked with all directorates to coordinate my work. to prepare an operation or to carry out trainings or supplies for the army. I did not see this directorate. I do not know who they were. I'm not aware that they existed. Those who have written this can perhaps explain this. At least at the time, I did not know that.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Judge, but I have to object to the characterization to the witness of what time we're talking about, because the prior few sentences that are not on the screen put it in a different timing context.
Well, Mr. Michedic, you can take the witness to the subsequent period, if you wish.
I'm saying you put to him that this is he's talking about summer of '98, and I'm challenging that assertion by you.
Well, you can test that for sure. It's pages 135 of the book for the subsequent period. Witness, I understand your answer. Do you have an explanation, perhaps, as to why or how, during the period of time when you say there was no military police directorate, that press releases were being issued in the name of the KLA Military Police Directorate, including in October of 1998? Do you have an explanation for that?
I don't know. Statements, as you say, issued in October '98. I saw them, these when they were shown to me in the hearings. I do not know that this police directorate issued any statement before, or had they given any such or issued any such statements. Again, I would have asked questions or coordinate with them. Now, either they did it without telling me or I didn't know. At least I had no information about that.
That you have no knowledge of press releases being issued in October of 1998 by someone claiming to be the KLA Military Police Directorate?
It is correct that I saw these statements in the court proceedings, that they were issued in October and November. I had not seen them before. Had I seen them before, I would have asked who's behind them, but I don't know.
Subject which you have discussed already with counsel and with my colleague Judge Barty, and that's the case of Blair Kuchi. I understand you to have said that you do not know who made the decision to arrest Mr. Kuchi. Is that right?
Yes, on that day.
But you explain that when, in your understanding, the decision was made, present in addition to Mr. Kuchi was Recep Selimi, Jakub Krasniqi, and Fatmir Lima. Is that right?
Yes, I explained it yesterday, and every time I was asked the question, when I left the location, there remained Jakub Krasniqi, Recep Selimi, Fatmir Lima. Who gave the order amongst them, I don't know.
Who perhaps had the authority to issue a decision to arrest Mr. Kuchi? In your understanding, and starting with Mr. Selimi as Inspector General, would Mr. Selimi have had the authority, in your understanding, to order the arrest of Blair Kuchi?
No.
As director of the Military Police Directorate?
No.
As deputy commander?
Yes, the deputy, yes, together with the legal sector.
And would it be correct to suggest that the order, once made the decision to arrest Mr. Thaçi, the implementation of that order would have been carried out by the military police? Is that correct?
Yes, once the legal sector issues such an order, or the commander, then the military police carries out its implementation.
My next question. Then I can move on to another set of questions. It has to do with the roles and positions of the two deputies of the General Staff. And again, correct any error or misunderstanding that I would, if I put any to you. I understand you to say that there were two deputies, Mr. Bashota and Mr. Krasniqi, that Mr. Krasniqi was responsible, you use slightly different expression, for support and political affairs, and Mr. Bashota was deputy for operations. Is that correct?
Yes.
SPO interview, that's P1355 part 7. You explained, and again, correct if that's an incorrect understanding, that the two of them were not appointed at the same time. That Mr. Krasniqi had been appointed first as a deputy commander, and that Mr. Bashota would be appointed as a deputy later in time. Is that a correct understanding?
We're talking about the same period of time. Mr. Krasniqi was already spokesperson of the General Staff, and then he was appointed as Deputy Commander for Support and Politics. Mr. Bashota was not, and then he was appointed as Deputy Commander for the Operations.
Can you also confirm that when Mr. Bashota was appointed to be Deputy Commander of Operations, he had already been a member of the General Staff? Is that right in terms of the timing of things?
Yes, he was a member of the General Staff. I've explained earlier that he was also in the operational directorate. I worked with him in that directorate.
PO interview, that's part 7, page 5. I quote you talking about Jakub Krasniqi. You say the general commander had appointed him as the first deputy, and everything that was referred to had to be referred to Jakub Krasniqi. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Hierarchical terms, military speaking, Jakub Krasniqi was the first deputy and Mr. Bashota the second deputy. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
And again, that's, I think, some in your SPO interview, part 7, that the second deputy was in effect a subordinate of the first deputy. He would act if and when the first deputy was unavailable or unable to act. Is that correct?
Yes, based on the military rules, this is how it goes.
And I want to ask you about Azem Sula. You've already told us quite a bit. I want just some clarification. First, are you aware that Azem Sula had been a long-standing member of the KLA? He was there at the earliest stages of the creation of the KLA. Would that be right?
Yes.
He was a member of the Central Staff even before the war. Are you aware of such a suggestion?
I learned this later, yes.
Azem Sula was an educated man. I think he was a a chemistry teacher, right?
Po ashtu është.
Yes, that's correct.
You said he was an LPK figure and someone with no prior military experience. Is that right?
Po saktë.
That's right.
To follow up on something you said, including yesterday in answer to some questions from Judge Barte, it's one thing that's not clear, at least to me, is how much involvement there was by Mr. Sula in operational decisions, and I've tried to locate decisions rendered by Mr. Sula, and I wasn't able to find one. So my question to you is, to your knowledge, did Azem Sula issued any written operational orders or decisions?
Jo sa di unë.
Not to my knowledge.
That would explain, perhaps, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, that operational decisions were issued by other members of the general staff who were on the ground in Kosovo at the time. Is that right?
Po në mungesë e komandanti.
Yes, in the absence of the commander, the deputy approves or allows for such actions or operations.
About something Recep Selimi told the prosecutor about this, and I'll ask you if you agree or disagree with it. And for the record, it's exhibit P761.4 at page 5, and that's Mr. Selimi, Recep Selimi, speaking with the Office of the Prosecutor. He's asked the following: and was it envisioned at the time, if you recall, that they would serve as, he's speaking, I'm sorry, I should have told you, he's speaking about the deputy commanders of the general staff. So he's asked, and was it envisioned at that time, if you recall, that they would serve as sort of the conduits of necessary information to Sula, who was outside of Kosovo, transmitting report and communicating orders back down the field? And the answer, as recorded of Mr. Selimi, is, I believe them to have been deputies and replacing the absence of Mr. Sula in Kosovo rather than reporting back to Mr. Sula. Is that consistent with your own understanding of how the deputy and the commander related to each other?
Nuk mund ta them ato se se di.
I cannot say because I don't know how much contacts they had and how this communication went, if any. I have very little knowledge about this.
Then move on to something else, sir, and that's the legal sector, which again you've been asked quite a few questions about, and I want to simply go to a few matters. You were asked by Mr. Mišetić, it's 4 July 2024, page 17641, quote, if someone was suspected to be a collaborator, you wanted that person to be sent to the legal department for processing, end of quote. And your recorded answer is yes, yes, precisely. Do you recall that exchange?
Po.
Yes.
Clarification I would like from you on that point is, I understood you to suggest yesterday that the legal sector was competent to deal not just with KLA members who would commit an offense or a disciplinary breach, but also civilians. Did I understand that correctly?
Po me ata të cilët
Yes. And those who, for example, were collaborators of the enemy.
And on what basis are you suggesting that the legal sector or department of the KLA was competent to deal with civilians? Do you have regulation or legal basis that you rely upon to make that suggestion?
Për ato, bazat juridike se
The legal basis. For example, if we talk about an action, if there was information that there was a collaborator uncovered by the intelligence sector or the local staff, because usually this is where the information came from, the intelligence. These were sent to the legal sector, who would then deal with this matter in cooperation with the structures that have provided such information, and then it would be assessed whether this person is a collaborator or not, if this is true or not. And this is why this was to be dealt with by the legal sector. It was not for me or somebody else to deal with it.
I'm somewhat confused, and again, maybe I'm asking too legal a question to you, sir, but looking at the regulations that we've been discussing with you, they are regulations that regulate effectively the internal life of the KLA. What I'm asking you is, if you know, of course, if you don't know, it's perfectly fine, on what basis, in your understanding, would the KLA legal sector be authorized to deal with civilians? And again, if you know, of course.
Based
on what Sokol de Bruna told me, he used the existing laws of former Yugoslavia at the time.
And do you know yourself of any such case when the legal sector dealt with suspected collaborators who were not members of the KLA? Do you know of any such cases?
Yeah, no.
No, I don't.
I'd like to show you another document. It's exhibit P157, please. Can the Albanian please be scrolled up a little bit and enlarged somewhat for the witness? Thank you. To focus on Communique 53. Can you see the Communique 53, sir?
Yes, I can.
That this is Communique number 53 of the Kosovo Liberation Army. And this particular version, P157, is published in Zerije Kosoves on 24 September 1998. And if you scroll down for the benefit of the witness, you will see that the communique is dated the 18th of September of 1998. That would be to the right, please. Thank you. Can you see that?
Oh.
Yes.
A period of time when you were already in Albania.
Oh.
Yes, correct.
Knowledge of this particular communique, or is it the first time you see it?
No kam njohuri me këtë.
I have no knowledge about this communique.
Can we go back up in the Albanian version to the beginning of that communique, please? And Mr. Zirapi, I'll ask you to focus on the third paragraph of that communique. It says in English that various punitive actions are being taken against collaborationist elements who continue to serve the occupying rule. Do you see that?
Oh.
Yes.
What punitive actions this document is referring to?
Ja.
No, because I don't know, I don't have information about the communique in this period of time, and I therefore don't know about the measures.
Was that this could not have referred to the legal sector, correct?
Atterrea scapa sectorul.
There was no legal sector at the time in place.
A sense of what punitive actions this would have referred to. In other words, before the legal sector, my question is, what punishments were collaborators receiving from the KLA, if you know, of course?
Ja, brukade.
I don't have information about this, I don't know.
Collaborationist elements this communique refers to. And do you know what happened to them?
Ja, nu că.
No, I don't know.
Can we please see exhibit P228? Do you recall seeing that that document, Mr. Zirapi, which you prepared?
Po.
I do, yes.
Is this? Were you aware that enemy collaborators were dealt with, among others, by the military police and special units? Were you aware of that?
Ja.
No, I wasn't.
Can we please go to page 3 of that document? Mr. Zirapi, can I ask you to focus on letter F of your report under defense and safety? Do you see that?
Po.
Yes.
In that paragraph, in English at least, it's the last sentence of the first paragraph of your own report. It says that special units and military police provide special help by successfully facing the enemy's special war and its collaborators. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes.
The fact that special units and military police were dealing with collaborators, yes?
Kjo është raporti përmbledhës.
This is a summary report compiled at the time based on the reports from zone commanders. And during this period, when this report was compiled, there was this phenomena when people would dress up and move around in the area of Dugagini, and that's why it has been noted on this report.
Judge, if I could just point out a translation issue in the document. The word collaborators doesn't appear in the original Albanian. It's a phrase that's used. I don't know if the witness can clarify what it actually says in Albanian.
Well, I'm not sure this should have been done in the presence of the witness, Mr. Micetic, but I'll ask you, sir, what were you referring to there when you said that special units and military police were dealing with that problem? What issue were you trying to address or bring attention to?
As I mentioned before. It's been compiled based on reports of zone commanders, and the widespread phenomenon at this time was people dressing up, that is from the local police of the enemy, and the reconnaissance unit had as their task to investigate these movements, and if there were measures to be taken, the military police could take such measures. But this depended on the zone commanders and the zones. I do not know of any such specific action being taken, but this was the background or the context why this was mentioned in the report and sent as information.
In your explanation, we should understand the reference to special war.
It's written here special units, but these are the reconnaissance units, both of the general staff and of the zones. They were like special units.
To special war. In English, it refers to the enemy's special war.
Special war, well, in addition to what I mentioned, police Serbs dressing up with other side's uniform, acting amongst people, propagating against the KLA. We had problems afterwards to move through those villages or to approach those villages and those populations. So these were the activities carried out at the time by the enemy, and that's why we had to take adequate measures.
Can the registry please bring up Exhibit P884? And for the record, it appears to be the same document as 1D29. Now again, it's a document you know well, Mr. Zirapi. You have indicated that you are the author of it, and I have just a couple of follow-up questions on this. You explain, and again, correct me if I'm incorrect, you explained to us that you received various information through KLA General Staff communiques, through media, you said, newspaper, and through visit on the ground, that there were rumors, you call them opinions, of crimes committed by members of the KLA, and that in response to these rumors, you issued that order. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
I have a couple of questions on this. The first one is, whose responsibility was it to ensure that this order of yours was complied with?
Of zone commanders.
And whose responsibility was it to ensure that the zone commanders were abiding by your order?
Of course, it's the responsibility of the staff to have under its control their implementation to the extent possible at the time, to what they heard about the order.
When you say the staff, you mean the general staff, correct?
Yes.
To both in your SPO interview, I think, but again, here in court, you've referred to an occasion where you were told early in your entry in Kosovo by Recep Selimi that he had distributed booklets, which I understood to be ICRC booklets, down into the zones or subzones rather at the time. Did I get that understanding correctly?
Bon.
Yes?
Question, whose responsibility was it to ensure that these booklets, or rather the content of these booklets, were being complied with?
Përmbajtjen e tyre mbëshura
The operational zones, the commanders of the zones, the commanders of local staff, and every member of the KLA within those staffs had the responsibility to abide by and respect the contents of these booklets.
Staff would be responsible to ensure that this is indeed the case, correct?
The general staff could check whether those booklets reached the staff. So that was the responsibility or the duty of the general staff, to ensure that those booklets reached the lower level staffs.
And that they are complied with as well?
As to what extent they were compliant with or implemented, that's a bit disputable, but the intention was for them to be implemented and complied with.
Now, you've told something else to Mr. Mišetić, and it's in particular at page 17542, it's the 3rd of July. You asked about orders without stamp and signature, and I understood you to tell Mr. Mišetić that in your view, an order that doesn't bear a signature and or a stamp would, in your view, be ineffective. Is that correct?
Yes, if a document is not signed, stamped, or protocoled, that document cannot enter into force and is in effect.
Thank you. My first question to you on this is, I looked through the regulations that we have of the KLA to try to find such a principle, and could not find one. Can you tell us where we'd have to look to find such a principle, or is it something that you adopted from another source?
This is an administrative principle, not a military one. It's not included in the military rules. But from an administrative point of view, yes, if a document, for example, even nowadays is not signed or stamped or protocoled, that's not a document. It may be an intention, an attempt, but it's not implemented. This is how I understand it.
Because I looked, for example, at the internal rules of the KLA, it's P8 for the record, page 20, rule 4. When a signature or a stamp was required, the rules specifically provide for it. For instance, here in that rule, it's provided for travel passes. Travel passes required a stamp and a signature. Is that right?
Yes.
Your evidence correctly that what you called an administrative principle, we would not find it in the KLA regulations. Is that right?
Well, not only that, but there are many rules and documents that we were not able to write. We had the basic ones governing actions at that time. Of course, we needed many other instructions and regulations to be compiled, but we were unable to do so.
I'd like to turn to another subject, and I'll ask the registry to bring up P1109, please. And that's, again, something you've seen already, Mr. Zirapi, no surprise there. And I'll ask the registry to go, please, to page U002-2861. Thank you. If we can maybe scroll down a little bit in both languages. Thank you. Mr. Zirapi, do you recall being shown this document already? And it's on the 9th of July.
I do, yes.
Did you? I'm sorry. It's transcript page 17845 for the record. And you were asked in particular about little letter C, the Commission for the Delineation of Operational Zones, and Mr. Emerson for Mr. Vesely put a lengthy proposition to you in relation to that paragraph, and in particular the reference to Cadre, and your response, it's on the same page that I mentioned, was this. Secondly, it is true what is written here, that is, that the Delineation Commission to be assigned by the deputy of Cadre, there was no deputy. The Luli, aka, is there, which is Cadre Vesely's pseudonym. I see the number. I do not recall whose this number it was and who discussed the number, but as for the meeting, I remember it very well. Now, I want to be clear, if I may, about what you said in response to the question here is, are you saying that there is no mention of who Cadre's deputy in that document, or are you saying that there was that Cadre Vesely had no deputy at the time, or is it simply that you don't know who that deputy was at the time? Can you tell us which of these that is?
As far as I remember, he did not have a deputy at the time. This is the time of the leading up to the restructuring, and he did not have a deputy. So somebody who had his number asked for this issue to be resolved, but to what I know, he did not have one at the time.
Exhibit P623, please. So here, sir, as you can see, it's a document of the same date as the previous one, so the 30th of December of 1988. It's called an ordinance in English. It has a number, and if we can scroll down a little bit to the bottom of that page, you will see it's attributed, signed and stamped, attributed to Deputy Chief of the KLA General Staff, Jakub Krasniqi. Do you see that?
Yes.
Please, you agree that this appears to be, in effect, the implementation of the decisions taken at the meeting, that the record of which we saw a moment ago. Do you agree with that?
Po.
Yes.
If I may ask you to focus on point 1 of the order, it records the fact that Jakub Krasniqi is appointing in the Commission defining OSI boundary lines all over Kosovo the following. And I will first ask you about sub number 6. It says that 2 members of the KLA General Staff Operational Directorate military staff were to be appointed to that commission. Do you see that?
Po. Po.
Yes.
Correct?
Po. Drejtorio.
Yes. Operations Director.
Can you confirm that the 2 gentlemen who were selected from the KLA General Staff Operational Directorate for this particular task were Naim Maloku and Mus Yashari? Is that right?
Po. In fact,
Yes. In fact, 3 were engaged in this commission: Salih Veseli, Naim Maloku, and Musa Shari.
Clear understanding of how this works, or would it be correct to say that Jakub Krasniqi made that order, so point 1.6, to appoint 2 members of the General Operational Directorate, and then it was your decision to select Naim Maloku and Musa Yashari to serve in that commission, or was it someone else?
poi spiego un pak më mirë.
Let's explain it better. During the meeting at the General Staff, a decision was taken to form this commission and then to appoint the individuals who will work within those commission. Now, when we speak about the delineation commission, every director who leads a directorate would assign an officer or an official to be member of that commission, in this case of the delineation commission. And these names were provided by us. For example, from the operations directorate, I was the one who proposed the names, who provided the names, and then Jakub Krasniqi made the decision on the composition of the commission that would work with the delineation of the borders.
Understand it correctly in military term, this order effectively orders you as head of the operational directorate to propose these names, and then Mr. Krasniqi appoints them, correct?
Po, urdhëron që të bëjmë këto.
Yes, he orders that these commissions are established or formed, and that we provide the names of individuals who will work within those commissions.
Number 5, it refers to the Deputy Chief of Intelligence of Intelligence Directorate. Now, in your understanding, would the Deputy Commander of the KLA General Staff, Mr. Jakub Krasniqi, have known whether at the time there was a Deputy Chief of the Intelligence Directorate?
Nëse ka pas, po në shkati nuk ka.
If there was one, but as far as I know, there wasn't, because this commission, when they finished their work, they submitted a report, including the names of the members involved in the work of the commission, so there was no deputy of this sector at all.
That was assigned to this commission on behalf of the Intelligence Directorate? Do you remember who was designated to do that?
Jo, nuk ka pas fare.
No, there was none. Nobody was designated. In fact, the director of the Information Directorate, Mr. Kadri Veseli, was not in Kosovo. He was outside Kosovo, and it was impossible for him to be designated for this task.
Do you know who is Ferhat Şala, sir?
Po,
Yes?
What role he had in the KLA, in particular during the later part of 1998 and the earlier parts of 1999?
di që dhe notat
I know that in 1998, up until the end of 98, he was a commander of Plumbi unit in Negroz village near Lapushnik. He was on that post, and then he was transferred and promoted higher up. To what post, I don't know.
To what position he went after the Palumbi unit was folded into a KLA brigade? You don't know that?
Jo, nuk e di.
No, I don't know that.
Did interact with him in early 1999, correct?
Me to kemi folur
I spoke with him in February when we started with the trainings. I met him once. In fact, I did meet him before that in January with Jakub Krasnici in Shala operational zone. He was with us in Shala operational zone, but I did not ask him about his position.
You met him because you were in Shala with Jakub Krasnici and Rambuja, correct?
po sakt.
Yes, correct.
To address the issue of the detention and release of 8 VJ soldiers, the 4 of you, correct?
Po sakt.
Yes, correct.
As Chief of Staff of the KLA General Staff, right?
Po, në atë pozitë.
Yes.
There in his capacity as Deputy Commander, correct?
Po,
Yes.
Head of G5, is that right?
po, po.
Yes.
There.
Na e ka qenë dhe po nuk e di në cilësinë.
Yes, he was there, but I don't know in what capacity. He was together with a deputy.
His involvement with intelligence, sir, in particular in the early part of 1999, setting up, building up, and improving on the system of intelligence within the KLA. Do you know any of that?
Jo, në atë nuk kam pasur.
No, at that time I did not have that task, or rather information, but later on when the information service of Kosovo was formed and the government after Rambuye, I know that he went to that sector, but here on this occasion, I don't know in what capacity he was, whether he had task and what his task was.
Thank you. Those were my questions.
Interpreter did not get the last sentence that the witness said.
The last sentence, please. The interpreters did not hear you.
Po thash nga ai nuk kam marrë
I did not receive from him any information of military nature in the form of a report that would enable me to know what his task was.
Mr. Zarapi, we'll take our regular scheduled break now for a half hour. You may leave the courtroom in the accompanying the court usher.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the, yes, Mr. Ellis, hold on just a moment. Yes.
Your Honour, perhaps I speak too early because I know His Honour Judge Gaynor still has questions, but I just wanted to flag at this point that it's likely that we will ask for some further time to prepare for our further questions to this witness. A significant number of the matters addressed this morning go directly to Mr. Krasniqi, and we would like some time to prepare for the further questions in that regard. So we would like to ask to start our further questioning tomorrow morning. I don't know what the time estimates of my colleagues are.
Well, it will depend in large part on what everybody else is estimating, because we are going to finish with this witness by tomorrow, come what may.
Yeah, I'm confident we could still do that, Your Honour, bearing in mind the indications yesterday.
I'm not talking about being hopeful. I'm just saying it has to be done.
Oh, I'm very confident
Okay.
of that, Your Honour.
Right.
We know the time available, and we are the last team to go.
When we're finished with this round of questions from Judge Gaynor, we'll reassess with everybody. So be thinking about it so we know your time frames. You may bring the witness in now. Just keep it. Mr. Zarapi, we are now going to have some questions from Judge Gaynor, who's at the far left, up here, on your left. Please give him your attention. Go ahead, Judge Gaynor.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Good afternoon, Mr. Zarapi.
Mirë.
Good afternoon.
At the request of Assam Zula, Kadri Vaseli and you represented the KLA in negotiations with the Bukoshi government in exile. And those negotiations took place in Istanbul, Tirana, and elsewhere. Is that correct?
Po,
Yes, that's correct.
Take place apart from Tirana and Istanbul?
Unë di vetëm Tirana dhe
I know only about Tirana and Istanbul, where I participated. I don't know about other venues.
Mr. Veseli spent in Istanbul?
pa atëherë kur kemi shkuar
When we went to Istanbul, we stayed 2 or 3 days. That was the duration, more or less.
Negotiations with the Bukoshi government last?
po në Istanbul kanë gjatë një ditë.
In Istanbul, 1 day of negotiations, because there were 2 travel days. And then we continued on for several days in Tirana, where we held discussions with the members of the Ministry of Defense of the government in exile. And this went on until 3 or 4th November 98.
Let's have a look at the draft agreement, if we can. Mr. Court Officer, could you bring up 1D00166? And if we go to page 2 in the English and the Albanian. And when I say draft agreement, I meant, of course, this was the agreement that was in fact signed by you, even though it later did not come into force.
I'm sorry, may I just question the last phrase that was used, that didn't come into force, because I don't think there's any evidence to that effect.
Very well. There was actually something I was going to ask the witness about, so I will get to that. Now, we can see from the first sentence, it says, following a number of joint meetings between authorised senior representatives / officers, finally, on 31st October 1998, it says, the decision was taken to adopt the new structure of the General Staff. So it appears from this document that agreement had been reached by the 31st of October 98. Is that right?
Yes, the agreement.
Now, your agreement on the reconstitution of the General Staff was a matter of great importance for the KLA generally, and in particular for the existing members of the General Staff. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
Keep the other members of the General Staff informed as the negotiations were going on.
Ne informojmë komandantin e përgjithshëm.
We informed the General Commander Zemsula, who was in Tirana. We informed him. Now, I don't know whether he informed somebody else or how he did that.
You were in contact with him in Tirana and you were in Istanbul. What communications method did you use?
Po në Istanbul
In Istanbul, we communicated through telephone. In Tirana, in person, because he was there. We met with him, we discussed. There was Azim Sula, but also Javed Khalidi and other members. We discussed all these agreements that were in the process of being negotiated.
Anyone on the territory of Kosovo?
Unë jo.
I personally didn't.
So if Mr. Veseli did?
nuk e di.
I don't know. I know we had the general commander present there and we talked to him. I don't know if he then discussed or informed somebody inside.
Or in Istanbul or in other countries, did you ever have any difficulty contacting Asamzula in Tirana?
Pan qëse prej Istanbulit, po, më njëherës.
From Istanbul, yes, we could not reach him immediately, but not in Tirana, because he was close by.
Yes. The state of telephone, international telephone calls in 1998 was such that you could easily phone Tirana from anywhere in the world that had an advanced communications network. Is that fair to say?
Yes, we had communications.
The agreement of... Can I address one point, first of all, and it was alluded to by counsel for Mr. Vaseli, is did this agreement come into force or not?
Yes, this agreement came into force.
Perhaps we can move now to the list of the General Staff representatives, which is on the 4th page in English and in Albanian. So we see on this page, I think it's right to say, a list of the structure of the General Staff that you agreed with the Bukoshi government, and we see the stamp of the KLA General Staff at the bottom, as well as the stamp of the Republic of Kosovo Ministry of Defense, Pristina, which is to say the Bukoshi government.
The first stamp is that of the KLA General Staff, and the second one is that of the Bukoshi government, Minister of Defense.
Of the General Staff ever come into force?
Not entirely, immediately. For example, Agim Cheku came in later, not at the moment of the agreement. He came in April 99. Sokol Bashuta was already there. Ismet Aliya, no, the other deputy commander, because he was in the Bosnian army and on assignment as a military attaché in Turkey. I was, Hashim Thaçi was not. Kadri Veseli remained. The Ramiz J3 was in the Bosnian army as well and was not able to come. Under number 4, Jafar Yashari came later, after March or April 99. Marshal yes. Jafar Kabashi, no. He was an active member of the Bosnian army. Adem Garbovci, yes. Communications was Musa Shari. Enver Bashkolen Shaban Duragai. Shaban Duragai was in Brigade 121. Enver Bashkole came later in March or April sometime. He joined the ministry.
And with the Bukoshi government, as far as you're concerned, did it come into force?
Yes. I have explained this. The first group of these officers and soldiers entered in the Pashtik zone in November, where officers took their assignments and started their reorganization of the KLA in this zone. Then this was followed by other groups who came in from abroad and then were assigned in operative zones by the staff as per the needs until the end when the operation started, and the officers and soldiers of the remaining part of this ministry joined in the Operation Arrow in the direction of Koszary. Those who wanted, those who didn't want, did not either did not join at all or left Tirana.
That Kadri Veseli is listed under J2. Could you clarify what J2 stands for?
Кто может J2?
Here is J2 at the General Staff, which is intelligence and counterintelligence.
We do not see Fatmir Limai's name. Could you clarify who was responsible for the military police under this version of the General Staff?
Based on this version, there was no Directorate of Military Police when we held the discussions. The Directorate of the Military Police was formed later after the restructuring when I came in. We can also see we don't have the Directorate of Military and Civilian Relations either. These two directorates were set up after we started the restructuring process and after receiving the structure from the West indicating what should be the components of a staff, then we formed these two additional directorates.
Under whose authority did the military police operate?
This agreement indicates that such a structure should be formed, but there was nothing functional, and I've mentioned this before, that to my knowledge there was no Directorate of Military Police, or who led it if there was one.
Please, in both languages. We see a comment there around about the middle of the page under B. Chai by Gazeta TV.
I'm sorry, may I respectfully address the bench on this page in the absence of the witness?
Very well, yes.
Witness, you'll need to be excused for a few minutes. Yes, go ahead.
This stray page is not in fact part of the document. There were... Is it hard to hear me? Yes, this stray page is not in fact part of the agreement document. There are two versions of the agreement document, and one is complete without it, and the other, it's a stray page that has crept in on the exhibit system. There's nothing connecting it to the agreement itself. But in the two different ways in which the agreement appears within the SPO's exhibit list, one has it, the other doesn't, but it plainly is in a different context. It's a stray meeting minute rather than part of the agreement. I just wanted to...
Yeah, thank you. That's noted for the record. I certainly wasn't suggesting to the witness that this page is part of the agreement. I simply want to ask him about a sentence.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's simply because it said, your Honour said it's the next page. I assumed
yeah, it's quite right. No, you're quite right. I understand.
Thank you. And thank you for asking for the excusing of the witness. It's helpful. You may bring the witness back in. All right, Mr. Zarapi, we'll continue now.
Mr. Zarapi, the page we're looking at is not part of the agreement, but it states there, Beechai, and this appears to be what a journalist has written, Beechai : we drafted this agreement for the best. Shavit Haliti needs to be asked why it was not implemented. And it goes on with a bit more detail. Does that, do you have any comment to make about the assertion by Mr. Beechai that this agreement was not implemented?
This is a statement by Halil Bice, the Minister of Defense of the Bukosh government. The military agreement, as I explained, was implemented, but the political part of it was supposed to be implemented as well, which was not. And most probably his explanation is given in this context.
Finally, on this document, can we go to the first page in both languages? I see in the center of this document, if we can zoom in a little bit on the signatures, we see your name and signature and the name and signature of Kadri Veseli. And it appears to be signed in Pristina on the 2nd of November 1998. And the stamp of the KLA General Staff is next to your name and signature, as well as that of Mr. Veseli. Is that correct?
Yes. The signature was not made in Pristina, but in Tirana, but we always indicated in the document as if it had been physically done in Pristina. But it is true, it's the stamp of the KLA General Staff and the signature.
To clarify my understanding, before signing this on behalf of the KLA General Staff, what steps did you take to ensure that this represented the will of the KLA General Staff?
Based on the discussions, and you can see the participants, a large number of the staff members were there. They expressed the will to unify the forces, and obviously they gave us the green light because they expressed their will to sign this agreement. And I personally, together with the members of the staff from inside Kosovo, started implementing that.
Why was it that you and Mr. Veseli signed the agreement as opposed to Asam Zula, for example?
Because we started the negotiations with them from before. And at the end of the negotiations, we, participants in these negotiations, signed the agreement. And we were told by the General Commander that we would sign the agreement.
Move now to a separate subject. In your evidence in the trial of Milan Milutinovic, Sajnovic and others, at page 5959, you said, quote, "During the time I was Chief of Staff, until March 1999, the KLA had approximately 17,000 to 18,000 soldiers on the territory of Kosovo." Close quote. And you go on to clarify that they weren't all full-time. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes.
17,000 to 18,000 include military policemen?
This number includes everything. KLA units, military police, civilian defense. Civilian defense which protected the villages, the roads. So the overall number was this. As a matter of fact, inside the territory, this number was 12,600, and the remaining 6,000 were forces that took part in the Arrow operation and were mobilized later on, starting from April, May, with the purpose of conducting this operation. What I stated is that in total, the number was 18,000.
1,600 on the territory of Kosovo. How many of those were military police?
Nuk e di sa sakt.
I do not know the exact number of how many members were military police. I gave a general number because until the 15th of March 1999, I asked from the zone commanders to provide me with exact numbers of soldiers they have in their zones with names, surnames, and weapons, and the general number in the zone. So based on their reports, we reached the number of 12,600 in total. I do not know how many of those were members of the police or other units. It's been a long time.
Mate, how many were military police?
I can give you an approximate figure, but I cannot be precise. The general staff had a company. There were 25 military police members who provided security of the staff. The zones had companies consisting of 20 to 30 soldiers. So let's say 7 zones times 30 makes 210, plus the staff company, so we can reach close to the number of 300 members of military police, approximately.
Approximately how many of the 12,600 were ZKZ?
I don't know. Please, you're asking me for something that happened 25 years ago. I don't have the lists in front of me to know exactly. I know the sectors were in place, but I cannot give you the exact numbers by heart.
We'll move now to communications. You referred to the use of Motorola radios, satellite telephones, and human couriers. Did you also use the civilian telephone network in Kosovo? By civilian, I mean the hard line civilian telephone network.
The question is clear. To my knowledge, we didn't. I personally didn't. I don't know about the others. What I know is that during this time, the Motorola's were used, short-range frequencies, and there were also satellite phones. I don't know about other phones having been used by anyone. At least I haven't seen anyone using them.
Did the KLA also have repeater or relay units?
I do not understand the relay unit.
You'll be familiar from your service in the JNA and the ABIH that the range of a radio can be extended using a unit which repeats or relays the signal.
So you mean a repeat unit? Yes, there weren't. We had one such unit later on. I'm not sure whether it was in February or March. We set up one, but we could not cover the entire territory of Kosovo because of the geography, which would interrupt the signal. But we didn't have any developed system.
A force of 12,600 persons, you had one repeater unit.
Yes, that's correct.
After you received the after you received the satellite telephones, you alluded, I think, in your testimony to some difficulties in using the satellite telephones. What difficulties exactly did you have in using satellite telephones?
Sidomos telefonas teritorinio ko Motorola, kad čia
in particular, the difficulty was charging the satellite phones or the Motorola because we had power cuts and we were not able to charge them regularly. So we had to anticipate, keep them charged, use them briefly, and preserve communication time as much as possible. These were the difficulties.
And the ABIH, you'll be familiar with the practice of having electricity generators, correct?
That's true, there were such things as well, but not everybody could have them. And in particular, during our movements, offensives, attacks, it was not possible to carry the power generators with us to turn them on and charge the devices. This could be done in peaceful times, but not in a territory where fighting is going on. It's quite difficult to use power generators. But at times when there were no fightings, and in specific locations, we could use generators to charge our phones, but not everywhere, and in particular not when there was fighting.
The problem of batteries running flat, the only communications issue with satellite telephones?
Mostly, yes, this was the difficulty. From what I remember, this was the major problem, electricity.
I want to move now to the military police. I understand from your evidence you're saying that prior to the creation of the military police directorate, there was no coordinating authority for the military police. Is that your evidence?
Yes, correct.
Can I ask the court officer, please, to bring up P83 and specifically page 4 in the Albanian and page 4 in the English. Now, over the past couple of weeks, Mr. Zarapi, we've seen repeated references to the internal regulations of the General Staff, which is now appearing on the screen before you. And I want you to look at paragraph 14, and it discusses the Intelligence Directorate. And it says in part, the Intelligence Directorate, quote, assists the commands of the subordinate units. It organizes and directs their work and observes and monitors combat activity, unquote. Do you see that?
Yes.
Take place in practice.
In fact, this was very difficult in practice because it's director was not present there for a longer period, and that is why we could not implement this part. This was a translation from model documents from Western armies.
It says in the next paragraph that the Intelligence Directorate, quote, performs its other tasks and activities on the basis of the directive of the Commander and Chief of Staff of the KLA GS, unquote. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes?
The Chief of Staff of the General Staff, which was yourself, how did you issue directives or orders to the Intelligence Directorate?
At the time, the Chief of Staff could issue orders to collect information on enemy forces, their strength, material, where they're positioned, concentrated, their plans, if possible. So this would be the information that the Chief of Staff would require from the intelligence sector to be able to prepare operations, both offensive and defensive ones.
Information you could order the provision of would include counterintelligence information, is that right?
Ja, zboli.
No. Intelligence on Serb forces, counterintelligence deals with collaborators and spies within the ranks of the army or on the territory where the information is collected concerning the enemy forces. When we speak about intelligence, this is information from observation point of view, reconnaissance point of view, information on the enemy forces, their strength and weapons, so that we can organize our defensive or offensive operations.
As the Chief of Staff, as well as the Commander and Deputy Commanders, would expect to be told swiftly of significant counterintelligence information?
Po. Ashtu me rregulla.
Yes, according to the rules, it should be like that.
Entities in particular would be providing counterintelligence information to you?
At the time, mostly from the units in the zones, from local staffs that were organized in that respect. We would get information from them about the territory for the movements of the enemy, and this information then would be conveyed from them to the zones, and from the zones to the general staff, and then the reconnaissance unit of the general staff would be sent on the ground to collect this information on the position and movements of the Serb forces. So this information was collected from all these structures.
Now, if I can ask the court officer to move the document down in Albanian, just the same document, just down the page, same page. Yeah, so in paragraph 15, which is towards the bottom of the page, let's take a look at that. This paragraph concerns the operational directorate, which was, of course, under your direction. It says in the second sentence that, quote, this directorate is in possession of all the reports, analyses, conclusions, accounts, etc., required for taking decisions and undertaking combat operations, as well as for organizing various combat bracket, tactical, close bracket, activities. End of quote. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes, I see.
Tell the panel, please, how did you ensure that the directorate was in possession of all relevant reports, analyses, etc., referred to in that paragraph?
We are talking about the operations directorate. We spoke about this earlier. All the information that comes on the movement of Serb forces is sent to the staff. The staff at the operations directorate, there was an operations room where the information gathered would arrive. That information would be processed there. And then, based on that information, operations would be planned, defensive, offensive, or movement. So, based on all the information collected, an operational plan would be prepared.
To move now to a document which you discussed briefly with Judge Metro, and it's called the KLA Provisional Rules for the Organization of the Army's Internal Life. Now, there is a version of this which is P8. Could I ask the court officer to bring that up? And it's in page 15. At page 15 of this document. Now, if you have trouble reading this, and I can well understand if you do, let me know, because we have another version which is far more legible. But if we can look, we see here that this is chapter, if the court officer can move to the right-hand side on both versions. This chapter is about the military police and its duties. Just tell me if you can follow it. At the minute you can't, let me know, and we'll bring up the other version. Is that all right?
Po.
Yes.
At paragraph 4, it says, quote, military police bodies are subordinated to the Military Police Directorate, which appoints the commanders in the military police operational subzones. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes.
Do you agree with that assertion that that is the way it was meant to be?
In this context, this item, it was used in that sense that the Directorate of Military Police had to be advised about who should be appointed in a certain position, but the appointment itself was done by the zone commanders. This was done to see whether these people were able and had the required skills to do the job. But this was translated from other documents, this part for military police.
Well, it very clearly says military police bodies are subordinated to the Military Police Directorate. Isn't that right?
Varen nga aspekti profesional.
subordinated from professional point of view to be trained and enabled, but all other subordination goes to the commanders where they are, or the brigades where they are.
Look down to the list of duties of the military police, which is under 5. It's not particularly legible in this version, and again, if you want to see another version, I can pull it up. But paragraph 5 lists the duties of the military police. Under the 7th indent, which is on the next page. Could we move to the next page in both languages, please? The second indent down here on this page. This confirms that one of the duties of the military police is, quote, to assist and cooperate with the Secret Intelligence Service Directorate in investigating various forms of crime, unquote. Do you see that?
Paul?
Yes.
And finally, at the bottom of the page, the very last sentence, it's referring to the PU, the military police. And it emphasizes that the military police, quote, should be merciless towards the enemy and toward all those who try to obstruct and sabotage our liberation war, unquote. Do you see that?
Paul?
Yes.
One gains from reading this document is that, first of all, the military police were subordinated to the Military Police Directorate. Second, they had important duties to cooperate with the Intelligence Directorate in investigations. And third, they were to be merciless towards all of those who try to obstruct and sabotage the liberation war. Is that a fair understanding of this part of the regulations?
Po, ashtu është shkruar këtu.
Yes, that's what it reads here. The military police coordinates and cooperates with the intelligence service, but also with the legal sector. It is clear that they did cooperate, but as to everything that is listed here, that I don't know.
But it's very clear from this document that they had important duties in terms of investigation, and they were required to carry out those investigations in coordination with the Intelligence Directorate.
Me këto dokument po.
According to this document, yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Serapi. I have a final, I promise, follow-up question regarding an exhibit that was shown to you by my colleague, Judge Gaynor, a couple of minutes ago. And could I ask Mr. Court Officer to bring exhibit 1D00166 back on the screen for a moment? Thank you. Mr. Serapi, you mentioned earlier in response to a question by my colleague Judge Gaynor that this document was in fact not signed in Pristina but in Tirana, and you explained that you always indicated in the document, as you said on page 60 of our real-time transcript, I quote, as if it had been physically done in Pristina, end of quote. My question now is, why was it important to you to indicate in the document that it had been done or it was physically signed in Pristina?
Këto nu къде
Well, I don't know who and why they wrote this. It was prepared by the government in exile. I don't know what they meant by this, but the document was signed in Tirana, not in Pristina.
I'm asking this because we have seen other documents that were allegedly signed or prepared in Pristina, and it was alleged that this couldn't have been the case because there was no such institution in Pristina at the time. So my next and my last question, I promise again, is has this been, according to your knowledge, been done also in other cases, writing Pristina in a document, although the document was actually written or prepared at a different location?
c'est the Moscow document po.
Yes, especially this one. This document was prepared and signed in Tirana, not in Pristina. As for other documents, maybe there were, but I don't remember.
Nothing further.
Just to find out on time, Madam Prosecutor, do you intend to ask any follow-up questions based on the judge's questions, and if so, how much time?
I have one housekeeping matter, and then I've one very short line of questions, probably 5 minutes or less.
Mr. Misitich?
I would say at this point less than 30 minutes.
Closer to 1 hour.
Maximum of about 15 minutes, I think, Your Honour.
Mr. Ellis?
Your Honour, I anticipated the maximum 2 hours.
All right, thank you. Yes, Madam Prosecutor. Your housekeeping matter, can it be taken up in front of the witness?
It can be, but maybe I'll do it right at the lunch break after the witness has left, so as not to use the time we have with him.
Your line of questioning, I should say.
So, witness, when the example you discussed with the judges of a, excuse me, of a zone commander not following requests from the general staff, it related to Remy not withdrawing his soldiers from near the Pristina-Podievo line in December 1998. And I just have a couple of additional questions on that. First, if I understood your evidence correctly, you only spoke to the deputy commander in the LAP zone, Kadri Castrati, about that. Is that right?
Po.
Yes.
And you gave him certain advice in relation to it. You did not yourself have or witness other contacts between the general staff and Remy or the LAP zone about this matter?
Po sagt.
That's correct.
Can we please bring up P00668? My apologies. It's 688. I called the wrong number. Now, this is a document that you were shown previously during your testimony. It's dated the 19th of November 1998. If we just scroll down the page slightly so that the witness can see it in Albanian, and then please go over to the next page. And we can see here a request that Serbian police withdraw from certain checkpoints. Were you familiar with that effort to get Serbian checkpoints withdrawn during this period of time?
I don't know if that was after the agreement, the ceasefire agreement, unilateral one, to remove the checkpoints. I don't know. As far as I remember, this was the one, but I'm not sure.
At number 7, there are certain locations in Lap listed. Lapastisha, Luzan, Orlan, and Kirpama. Luzan is directly on the Pristina-Padjevo road. So here at the end of November 1998, the General Staff itself is calling for Serbian police to withdraw from points along that road. Is that right?
Yes, the main roads to secure free movement. That is, if they had free movement, we have had to have free movement as well.
And if we go to the next page of the document, please. There's a warning that if Serbian checkpoints are not withdrawn from these locations and carry on with their old ways, they will be struck by KLA patrolling units. Now, you've already confirmed in your prior statements, this is Sejnovic testimony at page 5988, that during the period of the ceasefire, there were some occasions when KLA units attacked Serbian checkpoints where they were an obstacle to your movements. Is that right?
Yes, right.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Misetic, looks like you have just about 30 minutes before the lunch break.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could just have 1 minute. If we could go to the first page of the document that's on the screen, please. Sorry, page 2, please. And while we're doing that, good afternoon, Mr. Zarapi.
Good afternoon.
Yes, and I just wanted to clarify here one point. this is a request, if you can look in the first paragraph, this is a request to US KDOM. Is that correct?
Po,
Right.
Yes?
KDOM. You're not making a statement or demanding something directly from Serbian forces, correct? Not you, but whoever authored this, that's what I mean.
po, Kyoto.
Correct. This request went through KDOM and OSC, not directly.
Let me go through just a few points with you, starting with some questions that Judge Bartha asked you. You were asked about who had the authority to replace a zone commander. My follow-up question to you is, in actual fact, could, for example, Azam Sula have replaced Commander Remy?
Cilin aspekt zaventësonte?
In what respect replace him? Because we have two meanings for replacement.
And put somebody else in.
Po, komandanti i përgjithshëm,
Yes, the general commander. If the staff assess, according to staff assessments, that person had to be removed, including the assessment of the personnel commission, then he could remove the person from the position.
Not as a matter of theory, but as a matter of reality, right? And in terms of what he actually could do, could you or Mr. Sula, for example, send in a military police unit to arrest Commander Remy and remove him from his position?
Nëse marrim në atë kohë,
If we consider the time then, and considering that the zone commander had more authority in the zone than us as a staff, it was difficult to conduct such an action. We could have considered to take some action or measures at a later stage, but not at the time.
Same question about Suleiman Salimi. Could Azam Sula replace, in reality, Suleiman Salimi?
si mendoni pozitën e komandantit të
You mean in the position of the zone commander or the general commander of the KLA?
In reality, as a matter of de facto ability, to replace Suleiman Salimi as the commander, or as the zone commander?
me kompetencë po në realitet
Based on the competence, yes, but in reality, no. It was difficult because he had authority in that zone.
We've already gone over this, but de facto, it was Suleiman Salimi who replaced Azam Sula, correct?
ajo po mos janë zavendësimi
Yes, the replacement of the general's commander.
To this, you were asked by Judge Barta some questions about the incident with Commander Remy on the Pristina-Podujevo line. And in answer to Judge Barta, you said, and I quote, "I was not in a position to take action against Remy." And my question to you is, why weren't you in a position to take action against Remy?
po nuk mund të mirësha unë në
I could not take those actions because I did not have the authority. He had a bigger authority in his zone. It was very difficult to replace or make any changes regarding commanders in that zone or that stuff.
You were asked by Judge Barta some questions about Mr. Thaçi's role with the media, and you were asked whether you had seen him speaking to journalists. my first question to you is, you'll recall the propaganda video that you made and that we've gone over in your testimony, correct?
Po,
Yes.
By Nuhi Batucci, or the journalist Nuhi Batucci?
po sakt.
Yes, that's correct.
Abbas Zeka?
Po,
Yes.
He present when this was being filmed?
Saan kujtohet duke ka qenë.
From what I can remember, I think he was. I'm not certain, though.
Collection with what Mr. Nuhi Batucci wrote in his book. And if we could have exhibit P01264 on the screen, please. And in the English, if we could have page SPOE 00128683. And in Albanian, it's the same. It's the section that starts, sorry, sorry, it should be 683, the last three numbers in English. Now, the section that starts with every offensive of Serbian forces, if we could show the bottom of the page in Albanian. Yes. The second paragraph says, in Likots, I met with Bislam Zarapi, the chief of the KLA operative staff. I had a conversation with him about the developments in the war zones after the offensives of the Serbian forces. He had great military experience in Bosnia and now in Kosovo. With his calm voice, he expressed the will and determination of the brave young men and women of the KLA to continue the war. Then the next paragraph says, in Likots, I met also a classmate of Hashim Thaçi, Murat Haliti, professor of history from Lubovec, village of Skenderaj. In front of the camera, Murat expressed his optimism that KLA war will lead to victory. He called on the Albanian intellectuals to join and support the KLA war. When Hashim heard Murat's call, said jokingly, my friend, thank you for the call on intellectuals, but you are not Recep Çosia. Now, it would appear from the context that Mr. Thaçi was also in Likots at the time. Do you recall Mr. Thaçi also being with Mr. Nuhi Batucci when you were making the video?
Po,
Yes.
Election that you did in fact see Mr. Thaçi with at least one journalist.
po e mund me pa, jo veç me
Not only with one journalist, Nuhi Batucci, but he met also with foreign reporters. I was not in the proximity to know the content of the conversations, though.
About then the contacts with foreign reporters. If we could please have on the screen DHT 04056 to DHT 04059. And what I'm putting on the screen for you is a New York Times article from the 20th of July, 1998. And if we could go to page 2 in the English, please. In both? In both, please, sorry. Now, this is a report about the Rahovets offensive, and I'll read the paragraph to you. It says, "This is the first step taken to intensify the quality of the war from warfare against rural areas to the stage of moving against urban areas," said the ethnic Albanian commander of the attack, who would give only his nom de guerre, Snake. He said the insurgents' strategy was now to take over other cities and eventually to capture the provincial capital, Pristina. Now, first of all, would you agree that what is said there, based on what you've already testified about, there was no strategy involved in the Rahovets offensive, correct?
Ja, jag känner
Not only on the Rahovets offensive, but even others, because the units were not operational to conduct this kind of operations. To prepare an operation in villages, and in particular in towns, it takes a lot of time to prepare equipment, resources, units. One cannot just say preparations are made and let's conduct an attack.
Mount an attack on Pristina, for example, correct?
Ja, natko ja.
No, not at the time. We started developing a large-scale operation, which is referred to as a strategic operation, was the Arrow operation with the forces that came also in support from Albania, and then to lead up to the moment of the air campaign which liberated Kosovo, but until that time we did not have the capabilities to do that.
Part of Snake or Mr. Thaçi engaging in propaganda in the international press?
Most probably it is. Certainly it's propaganda, because this in reality was not the case to have such preparations or such a strategy.
Washington Post article, if we could go to DHT 04053, please. Washington Post article of the 6th of August, 1998. And this is now after the Serbian offensives. If we go to the third paragraph, please, and have the English as well. Maybe I didn't call up the right. Sorry, in English it's 055828. And the third paragraph of this story says, the new policy was forced by circumstances created on the field, said a commander who declined to reveal his name, but said his nom de guerre is Snake. He accused security forces of trying to destroy everything in their way and displace as many civilians as possible. Do you see that?
Well,
yes.
Part of Mr. Thaçi's job as being in the media department is to contact the international press and put out the KLA and Kosovo Albanian side of the story. Is that correct?
Poi, deteriorat-
Yes, this was his task, not only to deal with reporters within Kosovo, but also foreign reporters.
And it was his job to draw attention, as we see in the article, to the effect on the effect of the Serbian offensives and crimes on Albanian civilians and towns. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
Two articles into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Is it DHT 04056 to DHT 04059 is admitted?
Thank you, Your Honors. DHT 04056 to DHT 04059 in English, and its corresponding Albanian, which is DHT 04056 to DHT 0406080, will be assigned exhibit number 1D00170, currently classified as public.
DHT 04053. Is that the correct call on that one? You then
That was the Albanian version, and then
there's also 055828
yes.
Is admitted.
And will be assigned exhibit number 1D00171, currently classified as public. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. I'd like to turn now to Judge Matro's questions. Actually, let me stick with Judge Bartha's questions for 1 minute. You were asked about the relationship between Adam Demaci and Mr. Thaçi. Do you recall those questions?
Po.
Yes.
And you did participate in the process of replacing Azam Sula with Suleiman Salimi. Were you aware of Adam Demaci's opposition to the Rambouillet agreement?
Po.
Yes.
That at one point, Mr. Thaçi had to fly to Ljubljana to meet with Adam Demaci to try to get his consent to the KLA agreeing to the Rambouillet agreement.
Për shkurjen në Ljubljana.
I don't know about him going to Ljubljana because I was not close to him. But I do know that Adam Demaci was at the time in Slovenia.
You're not familiar with the fact that Mr. Thaçi flew to see him?
Jo.
I'm not.
Turning to Judge Matro's questions, I'd like to first turn to Mr. Krasnici's book. And just 1 second, please. Sorry, the manuscript. It is P01138 at page SPOE 00231430, please. If we scroll down, I believe, in the English. Yes. you'll see there, you were posed some questions by Judge Matro about Mr. Krasniqi allegedly writing in a manuscript that these were the members of the general staff of the KLA in June 1998. If we can scroll down, please, further, and perhaps go to the next page. If we go to the next page, please. And you see things like that in June there was already, for example, I think you've said an inspector general, and you've said that that position, as far as you know, didn't exist at the time, correct?
Exakt.
Yeah.
That's correct.
The listing of the names says as follows. Members of the political directorate were Hashim Thaçi, Jakub Krasniqi, Kadri Veseli, and Javed Haliti, and others. Later, Bardal Mahmouti was appointed to deal with matters outside Kosovo. You see that?
Boy.
Yes, I do.
Political directorate of the KLA General Staff in June of 1998, as far as you know?
I explained this before. There wasn't a inspector general nor a political director at the time. Or, as it says here, the head of the civil authority director. There wasn't one. If there was one, I was not aware of its existence.
For this proposition, it's footnote 17, and if we could scroll to the bottom of the page, please, to see what is cited here to support that proposition. It says the evidence of that can be found in statement number 6 of the KLA General Staff. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Declaration number 6, which is P291, please. And you can, if we can blow up the bottom left-hand corner, please. Yes. Now, I'm not going to ask you to read through the whole, if you wish, you can read through the whole thing, witness, Mr. Zarabi, but it's dated, first of all, the 31st of July, 1998, in the bottom left-hand corner. So it's not even from June. And secondly, you can look through it, and I'll ask you, do you see anything in this document discussing the formation of a political directorate or who its members were?
Ja.
No.
Turning to Mr. Krasniqi's book, and if we could have exhibit P01277 on the screen, please. This was put to you by Judge Matro. And if we could have on the screen U0158835, please. Now, if we scroll up, please. Thank you. Now, Judge Matro showed you this portion that says the structure of the KLA general staff at this time looked like this. And he told you that this is from the summer of 1998, and you said that this is not a structure that existed in the summer of 1998. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
It says, again, the structure of the KLA general staff at this time. We have to turn the page back one to see what time Mr. Krasniqi is talking about here. And if we could go to the very bottom. And the last few sentences before that say as follows: the important decisions to create different sections, professionalize politically and militarily the general staff and the Kosovo Liberation Army were made in Klečka. CNN, BBC, and the other media reported from Klečka to the world public the news about the disclosure of the names of the KLA leadership to the public. Important diplomatic meetings with the U.S. KDOM were held in Dragobil. From that moment on, the KLA General Staff organization mirrored the organization of regular armies, always adjusting to the circumstances of our war, of course. And then you get to the next passage that says the structure of the KLA General Staff at that time was. Now, U.S. KDOM, you recall, only came into Kosovo beginning in the middle of October, correct?
Yes, that's clear. These directors started being formed from November, but they were not there before.
To you is that, do you agree with me that what the passage says actually, or suggests, the time period it's talking about is the time period after U.S. KDOM came into Kosovo, which would be at least middle of October 1998, correct?
Correct.
Time, I have maybe 10 minutes after the break.
I was just about to ask you if you could finish by now, but in 10 minutes is probably a little bit too much, so that's fine, no problem.
Okay.
Witness, we're time for the lunch break now. Please remember not to speak to anyone about your testimony.
Your Honour, we're now better sighted on what the time estimates are, and I would repeat our request that we be allowed to start our further cross-examination tomorrow morning.
We'll just have to see how it goes. We have Mr. Emerson's got an hour and Mr. Roberts 15 minutes. I will expect you to start as soon as they're finished, so you'll have overnight to prepare part of it then. But we want to get started. We have to use every minute we have.
Well, I can say that we would, even if we were to start at 9 a.m., we would still be finished by 11. We've said 2 hours.
I understand that, but we are going to go through the process just as we have. You will have your questions today. If you go into tomorrow, that's fine also. But we're not going to just stop to allow preparation, right?
Thank you. And Mr. Micetic, to the extent you can assist so that we understand what your case is, are you suggesting that the composition of the general staff we now have on the screen is a reflection of what existed between the middle of October of 1998 and before the restructuring on the 12th of November 98, so that I'm clear about what you are saying?
No, the only thing I was suggesting is that you were incorrect in suggesting that this was in the summer of 1998. But we don't adopt anything in Mr. Krasniqi's book, just so we're clear.
So you're not saying that it reflects the composition of the general staff at any point in time?
Again, all I can say is the sole purpose is to show that the proposition that was put to the witness that I made the objection on, you told me to put it in recross, and I've now put it to the witness in recross. But our positions on the composition are with respect to our client and his role, and the prosecution has the burden of proving its case.
Thank you.
All right, we're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in, Madam Usher.
Your Honour, while this is happening, I could do the housekeeping matter. So I read an incorrect page number when tendering an item. This relates to exhibit P01449. I read the ERN ending 9449 into the record. And in fact, the page that was shown to the witness and commented on was page 9451. So my request is for page SPOE 0020945 to please be added to that exhibit number, and page 9449 removed from it. Thank you.
Any objection?
Mr. President, if we could just have until the next break to just take a look, and then we'll let you know at the beginning of the next session after 3:30.
Mr. Zarapi, we're going to come to one more round of questions from the lawyers. We start with, he's still got some, we start with, they're dueling for it.
Yeah.
Mr. Misitich will be next.
Thank you. Mr. Zarapi, you'll be glad to hear this is the last of me, hopefully. Let me just change topics for 1 minute, and going back to a question that Judge Bartha asked you yesterday about the case of Mr. Descu and Mr. Castrati. You told Judge Bartha that you brought up that case at a meeting after their release. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I remember that I found out about them after their release, but not that I raised it as an issue.
Judge Bartha informed you at transcript page 18375 that they were released on the 27th of November, 1998. Do you recall that?
Yes?
Examination, you testified that Mr. Thaçi was not in Kosovo, or you did not see Mr. Thaçi in Kosovo from mid-November until sometime in March 1999. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall that.
Correct then that at this meeting where the case of Mr. Descu and Mr. Castrati was discussed, since it must have been on or after 27 November, that Mr. Thaçi could not have been present at such a meeting?
That's correct, he wasn't.
Going back to Judge Matro's questions, you were asked several questions about experienced commanders and the effects of inexperienced people in command and how that might affect the command structure. My first question, and the first of those questions, concerned the issue of coordination and command. Do you recall those questions from Judge Matro?
I do.
That, well, let me rephrase. Just because you can coordinate, would you agree, doesn't mean that you have effective control over the people you are coordinating.
Po na svetu shtraka kur
From military perspective, coordination is part of control when we speak about operations, of the operational part, because you coordinate the work and activity. That's coordination.
Example, and we'll go back to the Podujevo line example. You tried to coordinate the work of, for example, the lap zone and the forces there, but your ability to coordinate that in factually, de facto, depended on Commander Remy's cooperation with you, his voluntary cooperation to be coordinated. Is that correct?
Yes, there is such part as well.
And I've asked you several times already about whether you or Azam Sula had the ability to arrest a zone commander if they disobeyed an order, and I believe your answer was you did not have the actual ability to do that. And so is it correct then that if you're coordinating the work of the zone commanders, you necessarily could only do that by their voluntary consent? Is that correct?
I mentioned that we did not have the opportunity to replace or remove a zone commander in this case because he had a large authority. So in this respect, yes.
Yes, so if your coordination ability depends on the consent of the people you are coordinating, from a military perspective, would you agree that you don't have effective control over them?
That's correct. It was not an actual control. It was more based on the consent of the zone commander, the implementation, that is.
Now, you were asked about using experienced, and Judge Matro took you specifically to the issue of whether there were experienced people in the general staff itself. So my first question to you is, we've now seen Exhibit 1D66 several times, which is the FARC KLA agreement. And in that annex, signed on the 2nd of November, Agim Cheku was supposed to become the new overall commander of the KLA, correct?
Yes, correct.
A former JNA officer and was an officer in the Croatian army at the time that this was signed, correct?
Yes, correct.
In understanding that giving him the title of overall commander meant that what was intended was that he would replace Azam Sula.
Yes, correct.
In terms of Mr. Cheku's specific case, is it correct that the only reason he didn't take over was because he was an active duty Croatian army officer and had not obtained permission from the Croatian army to be discussing this with the KLA? Is that correct?
That's correct. I explained it when I spoke about the reasons for his late arrival, because he was an active military officer at the time and had to demobilize first from that army.
Cheku have any political affiliations, for example, with the LPK?
I don't know.
Judge Matreau asked you the following question, and I'll read it back. It's page 15 of today's transcript, line 13. Judge Matreau asked you, my question is this. If you put people without military experience in charge of a military organization, is there a risk of this organization not functioning properly as it should have? And your answer was, yes, that risk exists too, of course. But we had no other choice. We had to manage and go forward with what we had. And I would just like you to explain that answer. What did you mean when you said you had no other choice and you had to manage and go forward with what you had?
If you followed my testimony from the beginning, how the structure developed, that is correct. We attempted to bring military officers to the staff, but were not successful. And those who were brought later on and took those positions, we could move forward to the extent that their contribution allowed us to move forward.
Does that mean that you didn't actually have enough former officers to put in the general staff?
Yes, correct. We didn't have enough.
Prioritized putting experienced officers in the field to actually command forces in the field?
Those who came, who entered Kosovo and were available, they were already in the zones and in lower units where there was need for those units to become stronger. Because once the units at the level of a brigade and zone are stronger, then it's easier for the staff as well to lead.
My final topic is some questions that Judge Matreau asked you beginning at page 42, and it concerns your order from November of 1998, 1D0029. You recall that order about dealing with how people should treat civilians, etc.
Yes?
I asked you the following question. He said, first he asked you, whose responsibility was it to ensure that this order of yours was complied with? And your answer was zone commanders. And then he said, and whose responsibility was it to ensure that the zone commanders abided by your order? And your answer was, of course, it's the responsibility of the staff to have under its control their implementation to the extent possible at the time to what they heard about the order. Then he said, and when you say staff, you mean the general staff, correct? And your answer was yes. Do you recall those answers?
Yes.
You issued the order, not the general staff, correct?
Not the individual, but the general staff, because he was in coordination with the general staff.
If we could put that on the screen then, please. 1D29.
think, Mr. Michetic, it's also P884, in case it's easier to find.
That's fine. Okay. If we scroll to the bottom, right? It's issued by you as the chief of the staff, correct?
Posakt.
Yes.
Yes, correct.
We've already discussed that in terms of when we talk about implementation of this order, at this time, am I correct? And I think you've said this multiple times now, in terms of ensuring zone commanders comply with this, you have no ability to actually arrest a zone commander. Is that correct?
Posakt.
That's correct.
How or what means you would have had to ensure that zone commanders comply with this order?
First of all, with this order was aimed at taking disciplinary measures in their respective zones because the commanders of the zones themselves complained about such occurrences. So there had to be an order of this nature.
I'll give you a hypothetical, just a hypothetical. Assume Commander Remy received this order and said, Mr. Zarapi, I don't care about your order. I'm not going to implement it. What tools do you have to ensure that he does, even if it's against his will?
Nothing. I would have nothing in my hands.
Mr. Emerson.
So I have five topics I want to cover with you, Mr. Zarapi. First of all, you were asked a number of questions by Judge Barter and Judge Gaynor concerning the process that took place between beginning of September 98 and the end of October 1998, leading up to the signing of the what I called the FARC agreement in Tirana on the 31st of October, including questions about communications between Tirana and Istanbul, for example, and between Tirana and Kosovo. Can I just make sure we have the data parameters clear? First of all, you told me in answer to questions on the 8th of July, this is page 17, sorry, I'll start again, 17795 on the transcript, that you left Kosovo with that process, amongst others, to be conducted outside of Kosovo at the beginning of September, and that the document, you said later, was signed on the 31st of October. Those date parameters are correct, are they?
On the 21st of October was the document signed? No, that's not true. On the 31st of October, negotiations were completed. The negotiations between the two parties, and the signing itself occurred 2 or 3 days later. As far as I remember, it was 2nd of May.
May, you mean the 2nd of November? Are we?
I misspoke. 2nd of November. I apologize.
Because obviously the document itself, we've seen it many times, I won't bring it up, contains both the date of the 31st of October as the date on which agreement was reached, and then I think the 3rd or 2nd of November against a location of Pristina as the date on which it was signed, but you've explained in evidence to Judge Barter that all of the negotiations up to and including the signature in fact took place in Tirana. That's correctly understood, is it?
Yes, the conclusion of the negotiations and the signature occurred in Tirana.
And then you returned, you said in answer to questions from me, I asked you at the same passage, you returned to Kosovo in early November, and you replied mid-November. Is that also correct?
Mid-November.
Bit more precise about the mid-November date, because we know that from the documents we've seen, and I took you through them, that the restructuring process, the first date for the restructuring process that happened after you returned, was the 12th of November. So presumably you must have been back by the 12th of November.
On the 10th, 11th, yes, because we stayed in Lubizh village because of the encirclement by the Serb forces. We had to hide in the mountains to avoid any consequences for us and for the population. So this means that I probably entered Kosovo on the 10th or 11th.
You entered with the document and with Mr. Vasili, is that right?
We entered together with Mr. Vasili.
And we know that on the 19th, because you've seen the passport, of November, Mr. Vasili was already back outside Kosovo because he took a flight from Tirana, from Rinas Airport, correct? You saw that when I showed you the passport.
Yes, it is correct. We entered Kosovo together. He reported within the staff on the negotiations and went back to Albania. Now, I don't remember the exact date, but approximately these were the dates when we entered Kosovo. As I said, I remember it could be 10th or 11th, because when we were encircled in that village, that was on the 8th or 9th, so we stayed there for 2 or 3 days. These are the approximate dates when we entered Kosovo and when we started with the restructuring of the general staff of the KLA.
And I'm also right in thinking that at the beginning of September, when you left with that object in mind, you left with Mr. Vasili. You travelled to Albania with Mr. Vasili, is that correct? Correctly understood? When you left in the beginning of September.
No, I was not together with Mr. Vasili because I traveled with Agim Kuchi and some soldiers, some wounded. We traveled together to Albania. I didn't have any other member of the staff with me.
You did meet with Mr. Vasili in Albania, in Tirana, when you arrived, I think.
Pastaj.
Afterwards, not immediately, because upon my arrival in Tirana, I think I stayed there for a day or two and then left immediately for the west. And after I returned from the Western countries to begin the negotiations with the Bukoshi government, I was called by Mr. Veseli to go to Tirana and to start the negotiations.
That was going to be my question, because you were being asked about telephone calls between yourself and Azam Sula when you were in Istanbul, the Istanbul phase of the discussions. But there was also telephone communication between Mr. Vasili in Tirana and yourself when you were in the Western countries on other business, wasn't there?
Po, një telefonat në
Yes, one phone call to leave for Tirana to start the negotiations. That was all. I didn't have any other contact.
But whilst you're in Tirana, neither you nor, well, let me put it to you first. You've told the judges that you were not in communication with anybody inside Kosovo. Is that right?
po sakt.
Yes, that's right.
And the reason for that, I think you implied, if not expressly stated, but the reason for that would be security. Is that correct? Because your phone calls could be intercepted.
Po, është një ndër arsyet.
One of the main reasons was security, to avoid interception, but also communication itself. I wasn't able to communicate. The general commander was there, and I had a clear task to negotiate with the Bukoshi government, and I was oriented towards that task at the time.
You've been asked, well, did Mr. Vasili give you an update on the situation on the ground inside Kosovo whilst the two of you were in the negotiations with the Bukoshi government, and you said that he did not. Are you able to help us? I'm going to put it to you specifically, that Mr. Vasili was not in telephone communication with Kosovo, in the same way that you were not in telephone communication with Kosovo for security reasons, fundamentally.
Po sakt është ashtu.
That's correct. I'm speaking only about the period where he was next to me. At that time, we did not speak. None of us spoke with Kosovo. From Istanbul, we had contact with the general commander, Azem Sula, but this was not discussed with others.
Know, don't you, that Mr. Vasili was in Tirana from the beginning, apart from trips outside, that he was not in Kosovo between early September and the start of those negotiations?
Po di që ka dalë edhe ai tash.
I know that he left too, but I don't know when, early or mid or... But probably afterwards, when we met, it was October. I don't know the date when he left.
The process, you said, leading up to the negotiations with the final solution, so to speak, of the negotiations, had been being conducted inside Tirana prior to your arrival to set up the negotiations had been set up over quite a considerable period of weeks. You said negotiations began in early September. Correct?
The negotiations began even before that. There were many negotiations and discussions going on even earlier. When I arrived, I was within the process. Certain things had to be precisely defined. And then the negotiations were concluded and the agreement was signed.
Because, again, to be clear about this, it was Mr. Vassili was involved in those process of negotiations that led up to his telephone call to you to say the negotiations have reached a point where you need to be back here and taking part. Is that correct?
Paul.
Yes.
Now, as I said, we talked about the November stamp, but we also have, and you saw it during cross-examination, a 10th of September stamp showing Mr. Vassili in Albania leaving, although it doesn't say where to at that point. But I'm going to put it to you that although you don't know the precise date he arrived in Tirana, it must have been before the 10th. You accept that?
Your Honour, this isn't a question the witness can
Well,
answer.
let me put it another way. Do you have any evidence or reason to dispute that proposition? Because it's a...
No, because I don't know. If he has a passport and a stamp on it, I cannot dispute that.
Turn to a second topic, and you've touched upon this both in answer to questions from Judge Barter and I think some further questions from Mr. Masetic concerning those incidents where zone commanders either took military action in contradiction to the instructions they had been given, or took military action without seeking approval in advance. And there was some discussion about the incident with Commander Remy. You gave a couple of other examples as well. And you used various different terms to describe the nature of the relationship that you as Chief of Staff had with the zone commanders in the event that they wouldn't do what you wanted them to do or would do what you didn't want them to do, either way. Do you remember those questions?
There were many questions. Can you please narrow it down?
Locating you in the lines of questioning at the moment. You used the expression some sort of an advice. You also described it as an order. You said the zone commander had the right to make decisions on his own, and you could make requests, but if they didn't accord with the intentions of the zone commander, they were effectively free to disregard them and did so. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In real terms, not in name, but in real terms, who is the senior subordinate in that relationship when you can't impose your will and your request can be ignored? Who is the senior subordinate? Now, on paper, clearly, the zone commander is subordinate to the Chief of Staff, but in practical terms, it's the other way around, isn't it?
stvari.
First of all, the commander is not the subordinate of the chief of staff, but of the general commander in this structure. Secondly, with respect to your question, we have to bear in mind we're not talking about a regular professional army. We're talking about an army that was born out of the people. We're talking about commanders who took the authority, had this authority before they organized. They had authority on that zone within those units, so they could not receive orders or impose our orders on them from the general staff. This is why we could have had issues and contradictions and problems amongst us.
As Judge Barter put it to you, asked you whether it was a problem that zone commanders would act or refuse to act based on their own decision. You replied simply, yes, it was a problem. But you also said it was a problem that went on right through to the end of the war. Is that correct?
Yes, certainly.
A problem that went right the way through.
We were always careful with these problems.
We've heard evidence that Commander Drini defied orders emanating from the General Staff not to enter Prizren on the 12th of June 1999. So towards the very final days of the fighting, that Commander Drini took a contingent of soldiers in to Prizren contrary to instructions. Can you help us at all about that?
First of all, I was not inside the territory to know this. Secondly, there was an order, I don't know who it emanated from, but it's known that during the preparations for the air operations, tasks were distributed for both those from outside the country and those inside the country. Drini had the order to be with the units in the Kabashi Mountains with the Brigade 1 to 5 to go in the direction of Prizren. And the operation from the direction of Pashtarik from outside to go in the direction of Prizren. So he had clear instruction to go in the direction of Prizren. I do not know if he had another task from the commander or at that time the chief of staff. I'm not aware of that. I cannot say one way or the other. I do know what was his task before the air operation.
I think you mentioned earlier on
Your Honors, we're in public session. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Emerson.
Now, when you're being asked questions by Judge Metro, you were taken to a passage in the manuscript document that was prepared or is said to have been found at Jakub Krasnici's home and to have been authored by him, and to reference to the minutes of a meeting of the KLA General Staff on the 23rd of July. And if you remember, you told us a little earlier that that wasn't a meeting that you had attended because you were engaged in fighting at the time. You remember that series of questions and answers?
Yes, I do.
To you, were you, based on Mr. Krasnici's text and footnotes, Judge Metro put it to you, and were you aware that in July 1998, from that manuscript, it suggests that on the 23rd, the provisional regulations for intelligence subunits in war were adopted? Were you aware of that? And you said that you were not. I want to ask you if you've ever looked at those regulations, and just ask you to help us with them to some degree. First of all, if I could just ask to call up the cover, or the first front sheet. We should have them as 086960 to 086972 ET. And as far as I can see, the same number. No, the Albanian, I apologise. Pardon? It is the same numbering. I'm going to ask you about this in a series of other...
Mr. Emerson, you introduce your question by saying, I want to ask if you ever looked at those regulations. Have you asked the witness whether he did?
No, I want to ask him by reference to looking at them, because they haven't been brought up yet. So...
I had understood you to wish to ask him first if he had looked at those regulations.
Yes, well, I'm happy to do that, but I was going to do so by reference to the appearance of them. But did you ever see those regulations at any time subsequently?
Yeah.
No.
Help us, please, with some of the matters that are raised in those documents, because we have two different translations.
Beyond the scope.
I'm sorry, I don't see how it's possibly beyond the scope when the question was asked whether or not these regulations...
Well, it is. It may not be beyond the scope, but the witness has said he's never seen it before. He doesn't know anything about it.
And my only question is if he knew whether they had been adopted on that date.
Very well. So what I would like to do, but if you think it's beyond the scope, I won't, is to explore whether these are in fact intelligence or reconnaissance regulations, whether the translation is correct, because obviously that's part of the question and answer, and indeed the content, which if one looks at it, there's no reference to collaborators, it's purely a reconnaissance recommendation document about the use of reconnaissance units.
Some quick questions about that, that's fine, but he's already said he hasn't seen it before and doesn't know anything about it.
But perhaps if I can put it this way, do you know about during the time that you were in Kosovo, engaged in active combat activities, do you know that there was guidance in circulation prescribing intelligence reconnaissance of the battlefield? In other words, how soldiers should conduct reconnaissance during armed engagements.
First of all, the reconnaissance unit is a different thing, and intelligence is a different one. I did not see any regulations defining these, but there are reconnaissance units during combat operations who observe the terrain, the enemy, and who conduct reconnaissance missions. The observation can be done by any ordinary soldiers at the front line. So to make a difference between a reconnaissance and observation, I haven't seen any regulation in this regard. Perhaps they were prepared or drafted, but I haven't seen.
Whether I want to take you to the page dealing with the duties of the service that's being described.
Scope and foundation.
As sustained.
Yes. This is a reconnaissance document, not an intelligence document, and it's important.
That's what the objection's sustained. You can't get to that. You're way too far removed. He said he doesn't know anything about it. He said he's never seen such a regulation. I don't think this witness wants to answer this question.
Very well. Let me move on to another set of regulations that you definitely have seen and given evidence about, then, if I may. The rules of organising internal life in the Army, P8. Could we please bring that document up? Now, I'm going to suggest to you, Mr. Zarapi, that you gave evidence both in the Milutinovic trial and in the Haradinaj trial that this was and I'm reading from your transcript in Haradinaj, this was a provisional document that organised the life of the army. And yes, it was compiled by the end of 1998, and then it was sent to units on the ground. And that was confirming, first of all, your testimony in Milutinovic at page 5945, line 15, and then your testimony in Haradinaj at page 3378. What I wanted to ask you about, this is the series of regulations that Judge Gaynor asked you about concerning military police and the role of the military police as the questions that were very final series of questions that were put to you by Judge Gaynor. Can you help us? Were you involved in the drafting of this document?
First of all, this provisional document was drafted at the end of '98, at the beginning of the restructuring of the army and the staff. This is a translation of documents from Western armies. I participated in some of it. Some other parts were translated by Gimcheko, some were translated by us, and we prepared this regulation.
Anything we read in these regulations, have I correctly understood your testimony, is not a description at all of what was happening. It is a proscription drawn from rules of other armies about what should happen. Is that correct?
I have explained this repeatedly. These are regulations that describe duties and responsibilities of the staff at the time and various directorates. These are basic regulations. They are incomplete because for them to be complete, if we take one regulation for one directorate, it would consist of not only to 100 pages, but there would be 3-4 different regulations. There would be one for tasks and duties, another one for responsibilities, another one for positions, functions of the officials inside the structure, up to the typer. So this would have required a lot of documents. We didn't have time to prepare all this.
There for a second, if these were cut and paste from Western armies, they cannot have been a description of the existing practices, can they? They weren't a description of what was actually happening at the time that they were drafted. They were a proscription about what should happen in the future. Clearly, they...
I explained this very clearly. We received this. We took this from Western armies, translated it with the purpose of using it. So this started with a restructuring process from November onwards. This was the idea. It was not a real occurrence, but it was the idea to proceed in this manner.
Were these regulations ever, in fact, observed and put into practice, ever, during the conflict?
This regulation, when it was prepared, it was distributed to the general staff, to the directorates. We distributed it to the zones as well. Now it depended on how fast and to what extent could it be used. But usually it was used.
Was it distributed? I'm saying, are you suggesting these regulations were implemented on the ground?
That was answered.
He answered and said it was used.
Well, then let me just see if we can look at some of the detail then, please. Chapter 5 is headed Relations Between Soldiers. It's page, in the English translation, it's page 5 on the bottom right, and it's page 5 on the bottom right in the Albanian as well. I'm just going to take you to one example of why I'm going to suggest that that description cannot be correct. What? Yeah, so you've got 6 and 7. I think it's the page immediately before that on both sides. Four and 5, not 6 and 7.
If I may, what we see in English is chapter 4. Am I correct?
No, sorry. I'm looking at the pagination at the bottom of the screen. Can you please help me? Well, it's not because that's chapter 4. We're looking at chapter 5, which the pagination, the SPO pagination seems to have slipped off. That's 6, that's chapter 6. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to take a moment just to give you the right reference for this.
It looks like page 5 in the English and page 5 in the Albanian.
Exactly. Very well. Okay, so there's chapter 5 of the regulations, all right, which is headed in the subsection 1, which then goes on to page 6, but we don't need to look at it. Commanders and subordinates officers and non-commissioned officers. First of all, again, from military experience, what is the difference between an officer and a non-commissioned officer?
Offiziere.
Officers are part of the command who have completed the military academy, and the lowest rank is lieutenant, and then it goes up. Non-commissioned officers are sergeants and so on.
Have such a distinction in the KLA?
No, because we had no ranks at all.
From a Western Army manual, isn't it?
Yes, the text was taken and translated, and the attempt was to go in this direction.
Ground, because as you say...
Asked and answered.
Well, with respect, no, I don't think that's a fair judgment.
Overruled, go ahead.
It can't have been implemented on the ground because it is replete with material that is relevant to a conventional Western army, but not to the situation of the Kosovo Liberation Army. Do you agree?
Argumentative.
Well, do you want me to repeat the
Answer
question?
the question.
Jo s'keni të përsërisë shumë mirë.
You don't need to repeat the question. It is true that we tried, but we did not have ranks. But the actions are the same, even without the ranks. The commander is direct, and so these existed as positions, not as ranks. Now, could it be fully implemented, and was this complied with, is a different part, is a disciplinary part.
Let me put it to you another way. We don't need to go through the other examples here, but it is, for example, contains references to the kitchen supervisor and catering responsibilities of the central catering unit. I mean, these have no bearing to your reality, do they?
From the conventional aspect, that's true. But in a simpler way, these units existed. Now, was this used by civilians in private houses? It's still a kitchen. And superiors were supervising this, it existed, so it's not that we had a full infrastructure and the premises, and we were an army in development and tried to compose with existing means.
As we pass through it, the other document that you were taken to of a similar character is P83. We probably don't need to call it up. It's entitled The Internal Regulations of the General Staff, and you were taken to some passages of it by Judge Gaynor concerning the role of an intelligence directorate assisting commands of the subordinate units and monitoring combat activities. Again, my question for you, did you take part in drafting those regulations, the internal regulations of the General Staff, P83?
If this is about the description of duties and directorates, yes.
Taken from Western armies, or was it something that was tailor-made for the circumstances of the KLA General Staff?
I was very clear. Everything we did, every restructuring, we obtained translations from Western armies and adapted them to our circumstances.
overall, I think you said what we're looking at in both of those documents are, would you accept, aspirational plans for future development?
All this was done for future developments. We're talking from the time they were translated and the general staff and the army were restructured.
And of course, at that time, none of you knew that the war was going to enter a new phase on the 24th of March, did you? Of 1999, with the involvement of NATO.
That's very clear. We didn't know when the war would end. We worked with a purpose, aspiring to build a proper army that would be able to carry out its duties. This could have happened a month after our restructuring. As we can see, it happened 4 or 5 months after. We could not predict anticipate when this would happen. We always worked without knowing when would the war end. We had to constantly prepare its future further development. This army followed this direction of its further development, but we didn't know when would the war end.
Last topic I want to touch on is the, I don't quite know how to describe it, the museum introductory piece that was shown to you by Judge Metro, purportedly authored by Mr. Salimi, called The Path to the Formation and Organisation of the KLA General Staff. Now, I think it's been put on our queue. I don't think it's in any of the others. So it's SPOE 0022 6856 to 6857. Same number, that's the Albanian, and then with ET in the English. Can I, once we've identified the document, we can perhaps go to the second page. Yes, exactly. And the top half of the second page would help. Now, presumably you don't know when this was written. Is that right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
But you know what the substance of it is, because it's there for us all to see. It says, in May 1998, the KLA General Staff established all its constituent directors, becoming formed and structured from the command level to every other detail involving the organisation of the General Staff. And then there is a series of directorates, including the Intelligence Directorate, which is described as G2. Now, I want to ask you a series of questions about that. First of all, the nomenclature of G1, G2 was taken from NATO, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
The language of the Kosovo Liberation Army until much later than May, is that right? The use of terms like G1 and G2, they weren't in operation in May of 1998.
Correct.
You and Mr. Vasili entered Kosovo on the 28th of May, 3 days before the end of that month, just to situate this apparent recollection of Mr. Salimi's, if that's what it is. When you entered on the 28th of May, 1998, is it conceivable that any of those logistical departments or other departments listed there were in existence at the general staff level in May 1998?
I've explained it then and earlier. I did not see any directors that were developed or this structure in May. Had I known that there were such structures, I would have coordinated with them, but I don't know that there were any.
You said in answer to one of Judge Metro's questions about Mr. Krasnici's book that every single book you've read by somebody in the KLA reminiscing on their war record was an exaggeration and a distortion. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. I said that, and that's true.
You must be suggesting that Recep Salimi and Jakub Krasniqi are mistaken in their various recollections. But would you accept the proposition that there's another explanation altogether, and one that's consistent with every other book you've ever read by somebody from the KLA, that people post-war were trying to exaggerate their own importance and centrality and the role that their part in the war had played for all sorts of reasons, including political purposes of their own post-war advancement?
I'm talking about what I'm reading here and what I could see. What is written in a book and reality do not match. And I'm saying this regardless of who the author of these books were, whether this book was written by Jakub Krasniqi, Recep Salimi, or Bislim Zurabi, for that matter. It does not match the reality. I speak here of the reality I found on the ground from May until the end of 1998. I did not read this book, but I've seen other books as well, where there were exaggerations, now whether for their personal political gains or for something that I don't know, but the reality was not shown in those books.
So you would therefore agree that, quite apart from the possibility that persons in responsible positions might have got it wrong, it's equally possible that they may be exaggerating war stories and indulging in a bit of myth-making.
Asked and answered. That was the exact last question.
Sustained.
Very well. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Your Honour, and thank you, Mr. Zrapi. I have no questions.
Mr. Ellis? I'm sorry, Ms. Alejandra.
Your Honour, are we taking a 10-minute break? Sure.
I'd like to go ahead at this time. Witness, do you need to take a break? Do you need to take a break?
We can continue, no problem with me.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zrapi.
Mirdita.
Good afternoon.
If I could please have on the screen P901, please. Can we go to page 6967, please? The next page, please. Thank you. Judge Bartha, beginning at page 18369, asked you some questions about this document. Do you recall?
Po?
Yes?
Me that this document does not have a date on it. Yes?
Po, ky dokument po që
Yes, this document doesn't have a date. That's right.
On the 10th of July, transcript 17946, you were questioned about this entry by Mr. Roberts, and you said it occurred in 1999, if I recall correctly, in March 1999. Do you recall saying that?
po sakt që
Yes, that's what I said. That's correct.
6965, please. The next page, please. Yeah. Do you see, Mr. Zrabi, that this appears to be a request dated the 17th of February, 1999?
po?
Yes?
Could now turn to page 6969, please. My apologies, it's the next page. And if you can scroll down in the Albanian version, please. Yeah, and we see a date here. It's the 11th of February, 1999, yes?
Po, ky dokument
Yes, this is another document. Yes.
And you said March 1999. It could have been in mid-February 1999? Looking at the dates front and in the pages earlier and behind. Is it possible?
Speak for it.
First of all, I know very well when it was, and when I answered this to the council, it was in March. The question was whether there were such cases, and then I said yes, there was one case, and I explained that Recep Selimi used these units in March 1999. I did not say earlier than that.
The transcript shows that you've said it occurred in 1999, if I recall correctly, in March. If I recall correctly. So I'm just clarifying. All right? Now, in answer to a follow-up question from Judge Bartha at page 18372, you said that the order came from the command, the Inspector General, upon receiving the information about these events, took measures based on the instructions of the commander or the deputy commander. Do you recall saying that?
Po, sakt.
Yes, correct.
And if you are correct that the instruction came in March 1999, then you will agree with me that, consistent with what you have told us previously, Jakub Krasniqi was no longer the deputy commander for support at that time. He had resigned, after which he was in Albania. Isn't that right?
Mendoj pjesëmarrësit, po?
From participants, you mean? Yes. For participants, that's correct.
P633 on the screen, please. And at page 18333, line 9 of the transcript, you said the time period when this happened, the general commander was outside the country, his deputy was inside the country, and we started the process of replacing the general commander as it can be seen in future meetings with the zone commanders. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I recall that, but I did not say we started with the replacement. It's the zone commanders who did that, and I explained, I think, very well how the meeting happened.
Yes, I'm reading off a transcript again, Mr. Zarapi, and my questions would just require a yes or no answer. If I require an explanation from you, I'll ask you for one. Yes? Now, the date on this document is 12 February 1999. Am I correct?
Yes, this is 2nd of February 1999.
12th of February. Can you tell us the date again, please?
12th February 1999, 12th of the 2nd month, to be more precise.
Now, at that time, Azim Sula, Jakub Krasniqi, and the rest of the delegation were in Rambouillet, weren't they?
On the 12th of February, no, I know that Jakub Krasniqi was inside, and that's when the change of the general commander occurred.
You, Mr. Zarapi, that on the 12th of February 1999, Mr. Krasniqi was not in Kosovo. And I'm going to put it to you as well, that when you said the general commander was outside the country and his deputy was inside the country, you were referring to Sokol Bashota. Do you agree with that or not?
Now you're moving to February, and we were speaking about March. That statement referred to March. The general commander in March was Mr. Suleiman Selimi. This document has nothing to do with that.
Misunderstood me. I was referring you to P633. You've told me the document was dated the 12th of February, so we're clearly talking about the February period. Yes? Do you follow me? Just yes or no, Mr. Zarapi?
I'm following you very well, but what has this document to do with the question you're asking? This document has to do with something completely different, with something that I refuse to sign.
And you're here to answer my questions, not ask me the questions.
Tone, Your Honour.
Thank you. Now, Judge Bartha went on at page 18333 to ask you about the replacement of Commander Drini. Do you recall that?
Posakt.
That's correct, yes.
I don't know the exact procedure that the Personnel Commission followed. They gave the proposal to the General Commander, and the commander who took this decision for the replacement at the time was Sulaiman Salimi, the overall commander, and he made that decision. Do you recall saying that yesterday?
Posakt.
Yes, that's correct.
And at part 10 of your 2019 interview, page 18, you have confirmed that it was either a day or two before the 14th of March 1999 that Commander Drini was replaced by Tahir Sinani as the zone commander. Do you agree?
Posakt. Ashtu.
That's correct.
Sinani was appointed by Sulaiman Salimi, who was the general commander at that time, correct?
Posakt.
Yes, correct.
Commander Drini occurred after Jakub Krasniqi had resigned his position as deputy commander for support, correct?
Po pasi ka shku në Rambujë.
Yes, because he went to Rambouillet and he was no longer there.
And on the 15th of July, we might have to go into private session for this question, Your Honor.
Into private session, please.
Your Honor, we're in public session. Thank you.
Thank you. You have, in the weeks that you have testified here, not been shown any report from the Personnel Commission, have you, Mrs. Rapi?
Posakt.
That's correct.
And following your evidence today and previously, the Personnel Directorate itself was only created in November of 1998. Do you agree?
Posakt.
That's correct, yes.
If we could have P1414 on the screen, please. Now, you were referred to this document by Judge Partha. Do you recall that? This is at page 18328 of the transcript of 16 July. Judge Barth asked you specifically at page 18329 how you received the complaints about KLA members wearing masks, and you replied, I remember this was mostly during my visits in the zones, but also during the meetings with the commander. Do you recall that, Mr. Zarapi?
Bon.
Yes.
As head of the Operations Directorate, you have confirmed that you were the one that was going to different zones to help them organize in the summer of 1998. Yes?
Bon.
Yes.
Zone commanders, didn't you?
Bon, nga komandant e zonë.
Yes. From zone commanders, civilians, soldiers.
And your evidence is that you took action on some of the complaints that you had received from them in consultation with the General Commander by issuing the order of the 28th of November 1998, correct?
Po sakt.
Yes, correct.
That order didn't address the issue of wearing masks, did it?
Urdi më herëshëm.
The prior order or this one?
98.
Po, sakt.
That's correct, yes.
And Judge Metro asked you today whose responsibility it was to ensure that the zone commanders were abiding by your order, right? Do you recall that?
Po.
I do, yes.
Was, of course, is the responsibility of the General Staff. Yes?
Po.
Yes.
Jonas?
Back into private session, please.
Your Honor, we're in public session. Thank you.
I'm putting it to you, Mrs. Rabi, that Trini would not have been asking you for an order if he did not view you as the authority, firstly, to issue orders, and secondly, for ensuring that orders were implemented as the Chief of Staff, who headed all operational matters. Do you agree with that?
No, he made a request. It's a different thing that we knew each other from before. We were military officers and we know the procedures. He asked for such a possibility, but this was not carried out. We should make a distinction between authority and personal relations. I was a professional, but I did not have the authority. The authority was with those who were there from the very beginning, the inception of the first structures of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Yes, and if we could have P1414 back on the screen, please. Would you agree with me, Mrs. Rapi, that in January 1999, it became necessary to issue a further order about masks? Do you agree?
Yes, and I've explained this, how and why it was issued.
Correct?
Yes, the biggest part of the request came from the zones.
Indicated that to the General Staff, am I correct?
The complaints were not directed only to me, but also to other members. And therefore this decision was made. And it was signed during the meeting with the commanders.
And the point of that order was to prevent the commission or negative behavior, so to speak. Am I correct?
Correct. This was a preventative measure to prevent and put an end to these negative phenomena.
Right, and at the end of the provisional transcript at, no, is it the same? Is this? I believe it's page 18329 of the transcript yesterday. You were asked by Josh Bartha, was this order, to your knowledge, implemented and followed? And you reply, it was sent to all zones. I do not know to what extent it was implemented. To what extent was it implemented? We gave and sent many orders, but not all of them were fully implemented by zone commanders. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, correct.
And looking at the document before us, Mrs. Rabi, you'll agree that at paragraph 2 of the document, it says that the implementation of this was by the operational zone command. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And when you said yesterday that you do not know to what extent this order was implemented, do you agree with me that if you as the Chief of Staff did not know whether this order was implemented, then the rest of the General Staff would not have known that either? Yes?
Not an answer, a question the witness could answer.
Sustained.
For the record, the witness was nodding, Your Honor, so I believe he could have answered that question.
The objection was sustained.
Judge Bartha asked you at page 18329, can you explain why it was a problem that people or soldiers were wearing masks? Do you recall that question, Mr. Zarabi?
Bon.
Yes, I do.
The response was, it was a problem because those who wore masks to avoid being identified were operating in zones where they were not assigned or they had no authority to deal with civilians or to seize material, means, or to detain people. So the problem was that we could not know or identify the persons who were detaining or seizing these items, and these were soldiers that did not belong to the said zones. Hence, the decision was made. That's accurate, isn't it? That was your evidence?
Posakt.
Yes, that's correct.
There was a problem at the time with people claiming to be KLA, wearing masks and doing things they were not authorized by the zones to do, like dealing with civilians or detaining people, such as the complaints you were receiving from the zones which prompted you to issue the 28th of November 1998 order. Yes?
Bon.
Yes.
Him if he agrees with what he said previously. There's no question there. There's no
I need to lay
dispute.
a foundation to the questions I'm going to ask, Your Honor. I'm laying a foundation to the questions I'm going to ask. I have to take him back to the transcript where he's been asked a particular question.
He's asked it. He's answered it. He's agreed that he answered it that way. There's nothing else to ask him about it.
Right. The General Staff did not approve of that behavior, and this order was an attempt to prevent it. Am I right?
Posakt.
Yes, that's right.
And the General Staff did not want the KLA to be portrayed as a terrorist organization either, did it?
Sigurisht po.
Certainly, yes.
If we could have P623 on the screen, please. Mrs. Rabi, do you recall being shown this document by Judge Metro yesterday?
Po.
Yes.
Today. My apologies. And this is an ordinance concerning a commission to set up the boundaries of the operational zones. And starting at page 45 of the provisional transcript, you were also shown some meeting notes which discuss this issue. Do you recall that?
Po.
Yes.
Being asked the same issue during your 2019 interview with the prosecution?
Më falë, pa çka më ka pyet?
Apologies, what they asked me about?
The same questions in 2019 by the prosecution.
Jo, më falë, 2019
No, I did not see this document in 2019. I saw it during the preparation session.
Not the document, but the same issue. Do you recall being asked about the issue in 2019?
Pyetje po.
Yes, there were questions in this sense.
We could have part 14, page 16 on the screen, please. The Albanian is page 14 to 15. And on the Albanian, it starts at line 24. And the English.
If you can please clarify, are we talking about the same document that is currently on the screen, or is it?
My apologies. It is 083280, which has been marked as P01355.14. Thank you. So it's part 14, page 16 in the English, and pages 14 to 15 in the Albanian, please. And 14 would start at line 24. Part 14, please. This is part 4. The Albanian is at page 14, line 24. It starts there. Yes, do you have that? Yeah. So you were asked about this issue, about a council that was created to establish the boundaries of the operational zones, and your answer was, so there is the operational directorate and the officers of the operations directorate with me at the head. We drafted the maps for the divisions of the zones with maps according to the terrain of the operational zones. Yes? You recall saying that in 2019?
Po.
Yes.
To say that there were various meetings about this issue, and you say, I began to discuss this with my people in November and also December. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes.
My people, is that a reference to the operational directorate officers, isn't it?
Po,
Yes, with the personnel within the operations directorate.
And you'd agree with me, Mrs. Rabi, that this task was something that fell within the role and responsibilities of the operational directorate. Correct?
Po, saktë është.
Yes, that's correct.
And you went to the zones and observed the local terrain and your discussions with the zone commanders about this issue, isn't it?
Jo.
No. We did this before within the directorate because I knew the terrain, I knew the zones, and from the military and operational perspective, I delineated the zones. After this, a commission was designated for problems. I had commanders with whom I conducted these discussions. We went between two zones which were to be delineated to designate the borders of the area of responsibility. After this, then the commission was established, which was a different commission, which had to deal with matters or problems between two zones, the Narodim and Pashturik zone. So they went there, addressed the matter, resolved it, and everything was fine. The responsibility is that of the Operations Directorate and the Chief of Staff.
Document, please. That's P623. You can go to the end of the page, please. And at the bottom of the page, Mrs. Rabi, you will agree that the initials SV, SHA appear. Could you tell us who they are, please?
Initialet juntas.
The initials are Seli Veseli and Shqipermeti.
And Sali Veseli drafted this document, correct?
Yes, he drafted the document.
He's also one of the people assigned to the work of this commission, according to the document.
Yes.
If I can understand you clearly on this, this is an operational matter discussed by the operational directorate for months. You and your colleagues in the directorate, the operational directorate, have already discussed it with the zones and you know the terrain. Your deputy, a former officer, drafts this document and he appoints himself to that position, correct?
He did not self-appoint. We designated him. I did. The document was prepared to be given to the deputy commander for signature because I have no authority to give an order to the Inspector General to get into the commission. This is why this was given to the Deputy Commander for signature and from the Commission.
You gave it to the Deputy Commander to sign it, yes?
Yeah, it was prepared by the Directorate, drafted for the purposes as indicated. It was then given to him and he signed it with the explanation what was the purpose of this.
Military education or background to make any comments or changes on it. Am I correct? Because you all had made the decision within the directorate, the operations directorate. Would that be fair to say?
It's not about the decision, it's about the preparation of the document. The decision is made by the commander. He did not have a military experience, but he's the authority.
And at the transcript, I think it's today's transcript. And at today's transcript, page 47, line 22, My reference is that. But the question is, Jakub Krasniqi was not giving you any orders, as far as this document is concerned, to select the people. Am I correct? Based on your answer that you've just given us.
Normalista eikä kärkue.
He asked who would be the members of this commission, but it's a different thing asking for persons who will be assigned, but we also see parts where there are no names because there weren't.
Information that you had, Mr. Zerapi, correct?
Посигуришь?
Yes, certainly.
Now, I'm referring to the provisional transcript, page 33, lines 4 to 8. And you were asked by that's today, Your Honor. Judge Metro asked you about the role of the first and second deputy commander. Do you recall that?
Vad sagt?
Yes, that's correct.
And your evidence is, and again, that's in your SPO interview part 7, that the second deputy was in effect a subordinate of the first deputy. He would act if and when the first deputy was unavailable or unable to act. That was your answer, correct? And you continued by saying
That he didn't answer. Was that your testimony, is the question?
Vad?
Yes.
to say, yes, based on the military rules, this is how it goes. Do you recall saying that, Mr. Zerapi?
Vad sagt?
Yes, that's correct.
It's correct, isn't it, Mr. Zerapi, that the KLA did not function as per ordinary military rules?
Onko sitä vërtet që nuk ka?
It's true that it did not function. It was in the process of being developed.
And it did not have enough resources to function as a regular army as well?
It did not have resources to fully function, as I explained earlier, starting from state institutions that should have been in place, which were not, to its development, which was gradual but could not be completed.
You've spoken about military rules, but you've not pointed to any particular rules or provisions that regulate which deputy commander was a subordinate of which deputy commander. Would that be correct?
Sagt.
That's correct, yes.
Need to break now. Witness, we are finished for today. We thank you for being with us. Tomorrow, we will have you out of here by 11 o'clock, and I'm sure you'll be glad to hear that. Thank you again. You can go with the court usher. Mr. Roberts, you had a request?
Thank you, Your Honour. It was just because I was not very clear this morning in relation to the extension of one extra deadline. You've granted us an extension in relation to the response to the Rule 154 motion, which was F2450, I believe. We'd also request a similar extension for the response to the the notification of the witnesses and whether we object to the documents that would be used. As you know, they're filed in parallel by the prosecution. I'd asked for one in relation to the Rule 154 witnesses, but I'd not actually asked or requested in relation to the notification. So, and I apologise for being unclear, the request is that the response to the notification of those documents also be filed on the 23rd of August in parallel to the response for the Rule 154 witnesses, for those witnesses who are not testifying straight after the recess.
You should have done that the first of the day when I could still remember.
If I was able to do it at the beginning of the day, I would have done, Your Honour.
I'm kidding. We'll try to straighten that out by morning. All
Much
right?
obliged, Your Honour. Thank you.
Right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Two housekeeping matters. One, on the prosecutor's request to amend P1449, we have no objection to that.
All right, P1449, Mr. Court Officer, is amended as suggested by the prosecution.
Thank you, Your Honors. In that case, page 1449 will be replaced by the page 1462, hence P01449, both in English and Albanian, will be comprised of the pages 1462, 1451, 1462, and 1472. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. And one other issue, just to alert the panel that at the end of Mr. Emerson's recross-examination, we believe there's an error in the transcript, and we'll seek a formal request for a check. But at page 120, line 2, it currently says that he said it does match reality, and we believe he said it does not match reality. So I just wanted to alert everyone before the witness leaves in case it's an issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just for the record, it's 9451, 9462, and 9472. But I believe it's clear from the earlier submission.
All right. The Krasniqi defense has used 45 minutes. You have an hour and 15 tomorrow for the balance. And that's the maximum, yes. Judge Mitchell.
Thank you, Judge Smith. And it's a request to the SPO, Mr. Michetic, linguist extraordinaire, raised a potential issue of translation in P228. And I think that was paragraph 3F of memory of the document, page 3. If you could have that verified and notify us and, of course, the defense, if indeed there is an issue of translation on this, we'd be grateful.
Yes, thank you, Your Honour. We took note of it when it was raised.
Thank you.
We're adjourned until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I'm sorry.
All rise.